Hey, remember that time is apparently the phrase of the day. Because I get the feeling that I'm gonna be remembering sometimes with things that may occur past this moment in time. One time's experience will lead to another time's reminiscence. Things seem to work like that sometimes, but anyway. How many more times can I squeeze the word time into one sentence, I wonder? Probably as many times as I want, given that I don't think I can do the same thing that German does with just chaining a bunch of words together into one thing that is still technically grammatically acceptable, but I could just refuse to end a clause as many times as I want. And hey, I did it again. But yes, hello everyone who may be present, who may receive this message at any point in time, whether it be this time or a previous time in the future. Anyway, I don't even know why I'm focusing on that word so much. I don't think time itself is like a big of a focus of what's to follow, but yeah. Anyway, hello to everyone who may be here, is basically what I said. Hello, Bern. Hello, Agatha. I'm just in time for me to go ahead and switch over to this screen, I think. Let me see if I can get the usual 5 thingies out here quick enough that I actually do something, or I'm able to. Well, I'm gonna do something one way or another, but one of the something that I'm able to do is actually get to the daily quiz before it starts, maybe as it starts, I don't know. I don't even have any assurance that it's gonna be, well, I guess, I would hope that I would have some assurance that it's gonna be conducted in the usual moment. I'm actually trying to subconsciously, or not subconsciously, the opposite of that, very consciously avoid the word time now, because I just overused it so much in the past couple of minutes, but anyway. I do have the things ready here. I do have the... Let me go ahead and fade this out. There's like 20 seconds left of this theme, this Flash game, which is actually oddly relevant to what I'm going to be playing today too, but I do have the playlists already put in the shovel thingy, so let me go ahead and quickly skip through the stuff at the top that's already spoiled. Here we got Sound of the End, I always mix those up. Sound of the End from Nier Automata. Pursuit from Isotory Investigations 2. Mass Inquisition Allegro from Leighton vs. Wright. World's Smallest Ferris Wheel from To the Moon, which I would not have been able to tell you the game if not for the thumbnail, or just the image in the video. Kirby's Adventure Forest Area. Ooh, EverQuest 1 opening theme, which takes a second to start up, it seems. Kingdom Hearts Arabian Dream. Darkest Dungeon, the Cove Battle. Maybe I should actually try this at some point. I'm pretty sure I got it for free on Epic at some point or another. There is this fucking thing. Probably my favorite series, one that certainly didn't get overused recently. FF10 via Purifico. Time Splitters 2. TS2 Industrial Tile Set. I'm going to assume that the TS2 there is part of the track title. Mario Party 1 Faster Than All, and finally Final Fantasy V for Valiant Hearts, which, you know, his other question asked on the Chase Discord today is, like, what are your favorite OSTs in there, and I figured that I'll probably have to look over them in more, like, everything that's in there in more detail to try and figure that out, but FF5 would probably have to be up there. At with Mario 3 Overworld, apparently only the Old Stars version had come up since 142. Oh boy. But yeah, we're gonna be doing this the usual way, which is gonna play 5 tracks, whichever 5 tracks are gonna be chosen at random from the following playlist here, and following this point in the playlist, and each one will play for about a minute or less if it's less than that, but hopefully it won't be. And any one person may guess what they are, myself included, though I'll try to be a bit avoidant if I do know. Let's just go ahead and start now. Okay, I'm pretty sure you know what this one is. That's an interesting way to start. I'm actually kind of paranoid that I should... Yeah, it is what I thought it was, but I probably shouldn't let this play for too long. Actually, I get the feeling that it's one of those tracks that may or may not get Square Enix PCs. It's FF13-2 and it's Paradox. I think I'm gonna veto that one for that reason, unfortunately, so let's just go ahead and skip that one for now. Can't play Paranoid stuff or apparently anything related to the Mother series, because apparently those will get instantly sniped by copyright robots, or they are certainly in danger too if they go on certain mediums, but Let's see here. I think I actually kind of spoiled myself as to what game this was, but I... Okay, maybe once this part kicked in I would have been able to guess. Oh dear. That's from another big popular series that I don't actually know jack about. Which is no secret, to be fair. Okay, while this is playing, I guess I'm gonna try to open up a VGM quiz tab, so I'm at least ready for that. Whenever that comes up, if it is happening, I would expect to see the pop-up right now. Oh dear. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I spoiled myself that this is Sonic Unleashed, I think, but maybe, I don't even know. Oh, hey, I heard this song in a YGP once, I think. Isn't that something? No. I'm not seeing the pop-up for the data quiz and the game quiz anyway, but yeah, I think this is Sonic Unleashed based on solely on the fact that I think I glimpsed part of the thumbnail for the video, but without it I probably would have just been able to guess that it's Sonic. I don't know the track name, but I'm gonna look right now. Okay, there's the pop-up. It is Sonic Unleashed, and apparently this is called Endless Possibility. Perhaps one day I will... Oh, there we go. Oh, never mind, I was too quick. Oh yeah, anyway. I got less than 5 minutes before that starts, I think, so let me go ahead and move on to the next one here. Which... it's one of those things that right off the bat makes me want to guess something like WarioWare, but I know it's not because the presence of WarioWare in the chase is too middling for it to be something like this. I guess it could be the thing that technically isn't WarioWare, but that sounds kind of like it, which is Wario Land Shake It. I guess that could be in this playlist actually. It's not impossible, but yeah, unfortunately I also don't really know the OST for that game or even the samples, except for like one track that's just like a lift of a melody from Wario World, Greenhorn Ruins, and I don't even know what the Shake It version is actually called. But yeah, not too sure what this is right now, but that's pretty much my guess at the moment. Wario Land Shake It. I wonder what it could be though. In about 3 seconds I'll find out. This is Wario Land Shake It. I managed to get that part right. So I guess that rationale actually did pay off, and apparently the name of the track is Launchpad Labyrinth. This is another game that I may actually get around to playing someday, given that I think I pretty much play all the games that technically preceded this one, except maybe Master of Disguise. I don't know if that one came before or after this, but I did play Wario Land 1 through 4. But yeah, it's not Dawdle, because we barely got there, like I said. Let's see what's next here. As the middle track. One day it'll get in, I know. You know what, what's another game that might get in one day? The Seventh Guest, which I might actually get around to playing quite soon by myself, since I managed to get the anniversary edition of that off of the Steam sale. And also, I think Sheridan said that he was submitting the neighborhood soon. And unfortunately I'm not really able to recommend anything from that as a sample yet, and yet I might be able to soon, since I got that game working with ScumVM just a few days ago. So that might be something else that I get around to playing through, probably by myself. I don't know. I don't know if the thing about adventure games, I like them a lot, but I feel like past a certain point, or prior to a certain point in time, which is vaguely defined, they're not necessarily a great idea to try and play blind, stream blind. Hopefully that doesn't, play into the factor that I will be playing an adventure game blind today, but anyway. Well, not two, one. I know we will be playing 2 games today, but let's see. It has been a minute and I don't really know what this is, and I can see why. This is apparently Persona 5 Royal. And the name of this track is Ideal and Real. A game that has apparently didn't have enough fucking tracks in the chase or in the OST by itself. It needed more Royal stuff. Yeah, look at the one Ninja Gaiden. And I'm kind of wondering, I'm pretty sure that I toyed with the idea of like proposing another Microsoft sooner or later, That doesn't make sense, but yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and skip that now. I'm losing time here. Oh, I think I know what this is. I need something other than this ambience to... No, never mind, I was wrong. This is not one of the N64 Zelda games. I can't believe this freaking vague wind howl sound tricked me in that regard. Let's see here. Better actually be strict to the timing for this one though, because I think the previous track was the middle one. Which means that we got this one and one more to go through if I want to make 5, unless I just like skip the 5th one, which I don't really want to do. But yeah, I'm not really sure what this could be. I want to say maybe eco or something, but I honestly couldn't tell you. I only know like 2 tracks from eco. I don't know what this is. In about 2 seconds we'll find out though. Oh, that would also explain why, speaking of things that we'll get in eventually. Maybe. This is apparently Might and Magic 6. And the track is called Moonlit Snow Journey, and you did listen to, well, technically 5 with Paradox, but yeah, that's the 4th track to play. This is nice actually. Maybe I should check it out. You're ahead of the curve. Way ahead of the curve, but yeah. But let's go ahead and skip 4th to the final track here, and probably also... Oh boy. Oh Jesus. This is literally starting as this is playing out. Hold on. I'm gonna have to do a little bit ahead of time, I'm afraid. Yeah, that BGM could show that here. No idea. Oh wait, I need to like unmute this tab, which I did before. Guess we're gonna be listening to this while this is going on.
Give the name of The Last of Us developer.
Okay, at least I knew that one. But yeah, I'm not too sure what this is. I get the feeling that this game, though, or the track from whatever game is playing right now, isn't The Last of Us. Let me go ahead and change up the... or try to change up the chat appearance here. I'm gonna have to switch it back and forth, I think. But yeah, I'm not sure what this is, but it's gonna need like 5 more seconds, or the 1 minute timer I need.
What color are the jewels that give access to the bonus stages in Aladdin on the Super Nintendo?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I had one attempt. Well, I would have gotten it right. Let the record show. And let me see what this is so I can actually make it stop playing now. This is Killer 7. Another game that maybe I'll actually play at some point on stream. And apparently the track is A Fierce Good Fight. Let me just take a quick look at whatever the next one would have been. It's Blazblue Chrono Phantasma Bullet Dance 2, which is a track that I actually would have known, but unfortunately later.
What arcade game series is the protagonist resurrected by a mask identical to the one in the movie Friday the 13th?
Is it really identical though? I don't know, I've never played Splatterhouse. That's very much a Vox Populi for me, but yeah. Bit of a down-to-the-wire transition into ye olde daily quests. But yeah, all these games, I think I already know like what I'm gonna be playing on.
Give the name of the sword that combines Soul Edge and Soul Calibur.
Fuck, I don't know. I've never played any of these games, so Excalibur? No, I'm pretty sure that wouldn't. Soul Embrace. Actually, I'm not the only one who thought of that. Nah.
What is the only game to have been granted a 101/100ths in the 90s by the Joystick magazine?
I don't know. What? Wild something? Wild maybe? Wind? Wine? Apparently one person knew that with a hint. Wing Commander 2. Okay. Well, I was completely wrong with whatever my guesses of what words may complete the hint for the first one anyway.
To what game does Discover belong?
What? I don't know, it's not Lost Kingdoms, is it? Lost Kingdoms still. No. I don't think that's correct either, no. some kind of Shadow Hearts. Oh, it was Shadow Hearts. I'm pretty sure that I literally guessed the game that had to do with Shadow Hearts. So I'm gonna do that in shame.
Give the name of Nero's sword from Devil May Cry 4.
4. Red Ridge. Demon. Red Catch. No. Red Queen. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never played a Devil May Cry game. Except for the first one for like 20 minutes, and then I completely forgot about everything that I played in that short span of time, and then I came back to it sometime later, and I didn't know what to do, so I just died. I haven't touched any of those games since.
Form the gang known as the GGs. Who am I?
Is this Jet Set Radio? I think that is, yeah, a Jet Set Radio question. Unfortunately, I played Jet Set Radio like once or twice on stream, actually, but then I never really touched it again. Maybe that's another thing that I should eventually bring back. You know about the tab character, at least.
What animal is Pete in the level 4 Pete steak gym?
Pete. God, I don't remember. It's not the cat, that's... I don't remember that either. I feel like I played it from Gym 1 and 2 a long time ago, and like... in a very cheaty way of an emulator, but... I remember very few details about those games. I remember there's like one level that's in the dark and you get chased by a giant pair of eyeballs, and the eyeballs are like the actual monster and they open up and eat you if they catch you. But not this detail.
Which PlayStation game is it possible to unlock hidden characters from games such as Tekken 3, Pac-Man, Ridge Racer Type 4 and Time Crisis?
Well... better not be that fighting game that had like Castlevania characters in that I can't remember right now. Anna Kournikova's Smash Court Tennis. Okay then. Sure. Or Smash Court 2. That's an interesting piece of knowledge.
From which game does this image come from?
I don't know. At least 2, 3, 4, 5. Some kind of Fire Emblem game. Well, if I know. No, I don't think that that's it, because it literally says Fighter Wizard Elf, and that doesn't strike me as a thing that would have that such a general and easily recognizable lineup of terms. It goes for Ys and Fire Emblem.
In what game in the Zelda series must Link awake the princess from eternal slumber?
At least that one's easy. And you're given infinite guesses for this one too. Kind of interesting. You can literally just put the name and the number. I wonder when Hyrule Warriors is gonna get in the chase whenever I get around to submitting it, like probably after Castlevania.
On which take place Lara Croft's adventures in Tomb Raider on PlayStation 3.
No? Okay. Well, I remember Tomb Raider. What the fuck? Yamaton. Go. Yamato? No. Yamatai. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I very briefly played Tomb Raider 1. That's another game that I like. And the series altogether that I barely touched, but I'm pretty sure Tomb Raider 1 had to do with Atlantis. I don't double check about any of the other games, really.
Give the name of one of the 3 sisters of Akana's Pegasus
Who?
Cavalry in Fire
What?
Emblem. Echoes
Huh?
on Nintendo 3DS. Which of these characters is not playable in Looney Tunes Space Race on Dreamcast and PlayStation 2?
I didn't know that existed, but it's one of those things that does not really surprise me. Never played like any Fire Emblem games. I played like 3 very briefly. I played like the very beginning of Awakening. And I played Fire Emblem 7 for about an hour, and then I played Fire Emblem Warriors for longer. And
what game does Discover belong?
And yeah, it's something that I'm pretty sure I would have known through osmosis for the past 9 years or so, but yeah, pretty much none of the Fire Emblem games I played really compelled me to keep going.
Which character from the Toho series is it possible to play as in Mega Mario Sign Marissa?
I don't know. What are Toho characters? I did not know that this character existed, but well, that should not be surprising. I need to actually think of how to start a sentence before I actually start it.
Which multiplayer FPS made by Bungie Studios was released in 2014?
I guess I might have known. But yeah, not a great lineup of RNG in this particular day. Who knows Toho answers? Well, not me, evidently.
Give the subtitle of the 4th Professor Layton episode.
Technically 2. It can be either the Last Spectre or the Spectre's Flute, but let's see if I guess alternative answers account for that. Last Spectre... I'm not seeing it. Maybe I should make a note of that, but nah.
In which fighting game 2B is available as playable fighter?
I don't know, Tekken something? Soul Calibur 6? Okay. Soul Calibur is the one that has the guest fighters, and I think it had guest fighters from Tekken, but I wouldn't know. I've never touched a Soul Calibur game either, not even the one on GameCube.
From which game does this image come from?
I'm kind of ashamed that I know that, but it does seem kind of easy. This is one game I did not get the joke of at all.
What was the very first video game created by the Arc System Works studio?
I don't know. Guess it must have been that, okay. Not that... they would have had their hands in more stuff than Guilty Gear before Guilty Gear was a thing, but okay.
About which game was the AVGN's first video?
At least I knew that one. I mean, there's like another 7 answers or 7 questions left, so anything could happen, right? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I feel like I have a somewhat twofold stake. Not entirely twofold, but somewhat twofold stake in knowing that one.
What is the name of Axiom Verge's protagonist?
Now there's another game that was way too much, like, I don't know, Thome. Thor. 3. Trace. I tried Axiom Verge, but it was way too much like specifically NES Metroid to really appeal to me. Like out of all the Metroid games to try and mimic, why NES Metroid?
What is the name of the first level in Sonic Spin-Off?
Oh, I don't know. One toxic caves. Oh, okay, sure. I wouldn't even be able to tell you what Spinball was on.
What game could have looked like this in if its development had been successful?
That took me a second. Earthbound 64, Nintendo 64, or Mother 3? Well, I mean, Mother 3 was made. It just didn't look like that. I wonder if Earthbound 64 would have also never been translated.
Give the name of Duke Nukem 3D's composer.
Fuck, I should know that, but I don't. It's not Bobby Prince, is it? It is Bobby Prince, motherfucker. I just tried that. They also accept Robert Prince is the answer, they do, okay. Or Prince Robert, okay, or Prince. The artist presumably still known as Bobby Prince.
Give the name of the crocodile from Lethal League.
Not Vector, I think it was like a... Hardly a Vector, fuck, what was his name? Literally played that game like a handful of times and then I never touched it again. Latch? Okay. Wasn't gonna remember that. I was like already done typing Vector when I realized that's a Sonic character.
What grants you the ability to rewind time in the game Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time?
Hourglass? Time? I don't know. Some shit like that. Dagger of Time. Oh, okay. I feel like Son of Ours is also a specific term that I've heard, like from a game or something that relates to something like that.
What is the subtitle of Speedy Gonzales on Super?
Oh god, I don't know. This has been an interesting lineup of very... Los Gatos Bandidos, okay. Very incredibly, I would say excessively specialized knowledge, but okay, whatever. Let's see if we can get something nice from the random pool of tracks. Mega, what could this be? Yeah, there certainly was a quiz, this much is true. Well, let me see. I guess I just do the usual, just let this play a couple times. What I just do, I just like slip my fingers across the keyboard. Mega Turk. VGM quiz is apparently the place of just Turrican over and over and over again, whenever it feels like it. I mean, a million variants of Turrican. Oh wait, I also do not know what this is. Solstice? I guess it must be Solstice. And I guess with that, we'll go ahead and try to... just try and work out whatever the next track after this one is gonna be. Independently of whether or not I know it, I will make it the end, I think. I don't think there's anything else that I need to worry about in the background here either, is there? Probably not. And that was apparently Team Fallen. I would not have been able to tell you that particular piece of information. What's next? Ooh. Apparently just loves the cheap tunes today. I'm gonna use the spam hint to try and figure out what this is. Bionic Commando, I am forced to assume by the letters that have already been revealed. There we go. Area 6. Well, let's see. According to the metadata that pops up, it's Heatwave by Junko Tamiya. One of the names is apparently Hitler no Fukatsu Top Secret, so there's that too. I might have heard things about the ending of Bionic Commando, but anyhow, go ahead and I guess bring back whatever's after Warrior's Journey that didn't really finish playing. Here's another series that should be good to chase, and yet hasn't been, and probably won't be until I get around to putting it in. But there is a good chunk of stuff that's apparently just never gonna be acknowledged by anybody else. Top secret, the plan to resurrect Hitler is what it translates as. Boy. I've heard of certain cameos. I'm pretty sure that I heard about the Bionic Commando one. But I think I've also heard about the Persona 2 one, which is something that somebody I kinda know was training some time back. I didn't really catch that though. That's another game that it's gonna be a huge maybe, but maybe I will actually get around to playing someday. I mean, I actually did like Persona 1 out of all the like fucking Shin Megami Tensei games that I actually got around to playing. So there's that. I don't know if I would like it enough to actually ever go back to it though. Maybe if I was nudged, but I get a feeling that won't necessarily happen. But yeah, that brings us to presumably the end of this little preliminary section, which means that it's about time for me to take a look at some clicky stuff that I should have clicked on probably a little while earlier, but whatever. Didn't really test this this particular thing that I'm going to try to go into now, but perhaps now will be a good time. Let's see. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I've tested this, the backend that I'm going to be running this off of before, and I've streamed off of it successfully in the past. Just not for a while. And I'm gonna put the blind thing on the stream title, I guess, even though only one of the things I'm gonna be looking at in just a second here is gonna actually be blind. What else do I need to put in here, if anything? Probably not too much. Maybe this, just for flavor. Okay, and now let me see if I can go ahead and navigate over to my chunky hard drive that I got some time back. There I put a few things, including presumably complete and up-to-date and extremely massive local install of the latest version of Flashpoint, Blue Maxima Flashpoint, which has a very large archive of Flash games. Which is apparently going to take quite a few moments to fill up if I try to let it fill up. Show me what the actual volume of that directory is. I'm pretty sure it's more than 148 gigabytes, which is what it's currently at. But yeah, I'm not gonna wait for that. I'm just gonna wait for this thing to actually start up, which I'm pretty sure that it has, but between actually starting up and getting to the point where the interface is usable, it's probably going to take a second. Okay, there he goes. Before I even show anything, what happens if I just show this, okay, or type this into the search thing? It shows a lot of stuff. Let me see if we can actually narrow it down to what I'm searching for, because, okay, here we go. It actually was specific enough, thankfully. Because once upon a time, I'm pretty sure in the olden days of 2007, Flash games were still a thing. How am I gonna do this actually? Do I have to window capture things? Tracker. There's hardly a window capture that I have called tracker, even though I haven't used any. Presumably that would have been used for like a rando tracker or something, but I haven't used anything like that in quite a long while. Well, whatever, just do it like this. Let's show the flashpoint. Flashpoint window. It's actually probably gonna be a good idea to just switch back to the other scene for a bit for the duration of this, because I'm pretty sure that this is gonna be, you know, actually 16 by 9 because it fitted to the screen, the whole window. But pretty sure that what I'm about to launch off of this thing isn't gonna be. Okay, here we go. Squish it a little bit to get it to fit. But yeah, once upon a time, in the old and forgotten age of Flash games, which ended 10 million years ago, there was a game called Detective Grimoire, or Grimoire, or however you want to say that. I don't know if they actually make any kind of quips as to how this is supposed to be pronounced in-game, but let me go ahead and, I guess, use this window capture thing to try and show the game itself. There we go. It came from the Forbidden Land, known as Newgrounds, if I'm not mistaken. That dates it even more, no doubt. And it's not quite 4x3, like I can't stretch it in further than this without it not being properly aligned with the width that I have out of this 4x3 space. I guess I'm just gonna have it like that. Well, might as well check it out. And also, let me see if I can stop the... No, not quite. Oh well, it was another seedling track. Stop the music before it actually transitions into the next track, but apparently that wasn't quite possible. Let me see if I can also... This probably isn't gonna work actually, but... Without me resizing shit, but yeah, resize this thing. And probably also move it down here, like below that and below this, and that'll make it better. Resize this thing to where it's not just quite small window on my screen, actually. Let's see. Because it looks fine on the stream, I'm pretty sure, but not so much on my end. It's quite reduced in size. But now it shouldn't be anymore. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this again though. Just do this and then move it and take off the snap thing so that it actually lets me put it somewhere in the middle. And yeah, what could Detective... I don't think they actually do pronounce it, because they don't really have any voice acting in this version of the game, I don't think. We can read about the game. I guess I'm just gonna say it like the quote-unquote correct way. Detective Grimoire is a character-driven mystery game made in Flash. The game is a little more complex than most Flash games you'll find on the internet, just take our word for it. We're doing things differently. It involves searching for clues, discovering evidence, talking to witnesses, and solving the mystery with capital M. The mystery, you see. In the game, you play as Detective Grimoire himself, but you'll meet a variety of different characters along the way. The game was created by the Super Flash Bros. Tim and Tom. For more information about them and Detective Grimoire, check out their visual sites, which I don't know if that would be up anymore, but you know, heard it here first. You also got Armor Games affiliation. And superflashbros.net. Did it say .net? And yeah, it did. Okay, I was wondering if it said .com in one of them and then .net in the other one, but let's just dive straight in. It's a promise of high standards is what we've been offered here. This happened late last night. It happened late on the night of July 4th, wouldn't you know it? What interesting timing. I guess a place like a fairground may have been kinda busy at a time like that. I mean, I wouldn't know. That leads into PDPD file 054. Hugh Everton has the victim. The crime was murder. I wonder what PDPD could mean in this case, but 10:28 last night, a body was found at a local fairground that operates just outside of town. The cleaner, one Jerry Spears, discovered the dead body of his former colleague inside the Hall of Mirrors. All the evidence points towards murder. The clown Charles Ringer, who works at the very fairground, is the main suspect. He seems to have some less than favorable links with the victim. If this case remains unsolved, the fairground manager, Mr. Gary Coyles, has stated he will have to permanently shut down operations. I wonder what he's gonna do after that. Private Detective Grimoire has been called in to clear things up. You've got one evening to find the truth about what happened last night. If Grimoire can't solve this mystery, no one can, but... well, that'll have to be done in one evening. It's a tight time limit here for something with such high stakes. And here's Officer James, who will continue to clear his throat. That's pretty much the only voice that we hear. And stuff like that, like Banjo-Kazooie type stuff. Something pretty nasty happened last night. I'd say everyone's a suspect, and you only got this one evening to do your thing. You'll figure why. My thing? Don't tell me you're getting nervous now. I thought you were supposed to be the professional. Well, you guys tell me you're the best at this. You're not gonna let me down, are you? It's your job to talk to the suspects and explore the fairground for clues. You'll obviously need to take a look at the crime scene. But don't overlook any details, understand? I guess we assume that this is somewhere in the UK, maybe based on that guy's uniform. It's not very clear. Should be able to work out who the murderer is by proving everyone else innocent. That's how that works. I mean, it can work, I guess. Tutorial information is available from your notes page, where you can also save your game. Alright. Hey Samsung, how's it going? Welcome to a Flash game mystery which kind of became a series with bizarre canonicity details, which I don't even think I know like terribly many details of quite yet. But presumably this will help with that. So we can just say start, say help. What's with the mustache? Well, it's neither here nor there. That thing is here, they're everywhere. Well, we can look at the notes here. I says all the tutorial information, which would be that, just like a list of stuff to do. It's pretty straightforward though, I think. We can just like get straight into it, talk to people, click on things, gather items. Why haven't I won yet? You need to gather enough information to confirm the alibis, yada yada yada. So you pretty much need to mark everyone as innocent except for the real bad guy here. What do we have here? There aren't any clues in the car park. I have to try a little harder than that. Yeah, I think the terminology and some of the aesthetics here kind of suggest that this is supposed to be somewhere in the UK, but... Apparently if we click on this guy again, we can pretty much just go through the entire conversation one more time. What if we say help? Oh, it just glitched you to that. There we go. Now let's actually go to the fairground entrance. There's someone there. Wait, what? What on earth? This is the scene of a crime. Mysterious little girl. That's why I'm gonna help you out, detective. Well, why did you say it like that? I'm a real detective, well. Where's your hat? Even though you have the trench coat and everything. Detectives don't have to wear hats anymore. Plus it messes up my hair. So it would seem. You're still gonna need this. A map of the fairground. Oh, how convenient. No idea who that was, but I'm pretty sure she's not the murderer. Well, Chess. There's no apostrophe there. I sure hope not, anyway. Guess we have no way of knowing, though. This is pretty run down, but I can't see any clues yet, so it would seem. I guess nothing that we look at in this particular screen is actually going to give us anything. There's someone here, too. Better get this investigation underway. And well, there he is. I'm here to solve the mystery of last night's murder. See, now the trench coat and everything. Aren't you supposed to wear a hat too? Well, that's beside the point, it would seem. Whoever town was murdered last night, and you, Charles Ringer, you're a suspect, the main suspect, in fact. Because I'm a clown, well. I know you and I never got on, but I can tell you one thing. I'm not capable of murder or anything close. Is this the face of a killer? Well, I'd say that probably depends on who you ask, but... Gonna have to get a little more information out of him. We can just get started with this. We got the dead person. If we're gonna get a mugshot of him. And he's a suspect and the only person that we are aware of so far. And I guess also we got more notes. Do you have any clues yet, though? Let's talk about last night. If you're not the killer, what were you doing last night? I was here, of course, being a clown and all that. Left quite late last night, actually. Had a few holdups in the evening, but I didn't see anything suspicious. That was the last thing you saw before you left. Well, let's see. On my way out, I walked past the Hall of Mirrors and noticed that the door was slightly open. Closed it and carried on through the fairground. The only strange thing about that whole episode was how quiet the Hall of Mirrors door was. It normally lets out a loud creak when you move it. I think that's part of the attraction, you know? But that would be an interesting thing to actually set up on purpose. How that would work. That's a crime scene, though. I wonder why the door didn't creak that evening and why would it be open? I'm gonna chase the issue with him immediately, though. Or even as a newly, freshly added topic. Hey Redbur, how's it going? Welcome to Flash Game Detective Work, which became kinda something else detective work. I work as the clown at this fairground. How long have you been here? A long time, too long in fact. I don't really like the way things are going around here. I have no idea why I haven't left for good. Was appalled when the boss hired whoever turned to look after the funhouse. Not only was he useless at his job, he was nearly completely deaf in old age. You can hear my complete disdain for the man in my laugh. It's just not practical. Still, no one deserves, well, you know. He was deaf in old age and not very good at his job. You get on with the rest of the stuff. That'd be a bit of an exaggeration, I'm afraid. Don't mind Mandy and her uncle, but that Ricky, I'm a top-notch entertainer warrior character is just too much. Doesn't even like kids, what a joke. He doesn't take any pride in his work. Unlike myself, the Pierrot. He's the entertainer, I think. Always starts to talk about pride with that big hole in his costume. Maybe I should ask him about that, even though it's not really clear if that was supposed to be a hole or a stain of some kind, and... I guess we're only adding stuff to his profile right now instead of, like, penciling in new profiles ahead of time. So what's up with that? Why is there a big hole in your trousers? Surely you want to be a little neater than that, even if you are a clown. Rather, we didn't talk about the unfortunate condition of my frilly clown slacks. Well, it's the first time anyone has ever said that, I bet. Well, you never know. There must be more to the story of his ripped clothing. Maybe we can find a clue that will get him to elaborate. Well, not right now, it seems, as we don't have any clues whatsoever to go on with. What, the funhouse is falling apart, even though it was the victim's job to look after it. What could that mean? What's with the decor for the funhouse is what I would say, but... The funhouse door is jammed. Can't get in this way, but there is a small opening on the side. Conveniently enough. Apparently we'll come back later. Don't want to mess with that quite yet for whatever reason, so let's move, I guess, to the hoop. We can either just click on the edge of the screen or click on the arrows here. Get 5 points in 3 turns to win. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be like a very awkward sort of rendering of the pound sign, so yeah, well, not the pound sign, the pound currency symbol. Maybe it could also be the euro symbol, I don't know, but I think that lends credence to my theory. Can't be certain, but I don't think it's possible to win that ring toss game. I'm not gonna try my luck anyhow. There's also books here. Why are there so many books? Maybe you can win the books, or maybe not. And these toys look really cheap. Maybe I should ask Mandy about them. And pretty much everything else that we have to comment on here, I guess, is to do with the impossibility of winning the ring toss, so let's see. Oh, hey, this track. I'm pretty sure that the full version of this track, which I found once when I was like compiling music for like the end of Flash games at the end of last year. Made a big old playlist. I managed to find the full version of this track, and actually has like a quote from the Trogdor song later on, but this version is modified and it like has a shorter loop than the full. Yeah, it's already looped, you can tell. Even though, like I said, this has a full version. Mandy Ferrier, I'm in charge of running this game still. It's a bit young to be working in a place like this, don't you think? You see a bit young to be a private detective. Are detectives only allowed to wear a hat when they reach a certain age? Well, I'm older than I look alive, you know. Could you tell me a little about yourself? Conducting an investigation to find out about last night's murder. Why else would you show up unless you're after some candy floss, which doesn't seem like you necessarily have here, but you know, it's actually bad for you. What a surprise. I'm not sure what to tell you. I've worked here for a little while. I got a job through my uncle. His job is helping me pay for college, but it's a lot of fun too. Get to hand out toys to kids. Who doesn't want that? Yeah, who could the uncle be? We got a few more topics to talk about here. What were you doing last night? How could I forget, really? I was here late like I normally am, just kicking about. Not doing much, I guess. Just flipping through these books. Eventually I hear shouts coming from the Hall of Mirrors, and then Jerry, that's a cleaner, comes running over to me and starts telling me what's happened. I help him call the police. After they showed up, we were allowed to go home. So you were one of the last people here last night. Here at the stall. Wonder why Mandy stays late every night. Think I should have a look around before I press her about it. I think we know. But I guess we can't bring that up directly from like the topic list. I think the music might be a bit loud actually. Let me turn it down a little bit. Maybe that'll help. To get on with the other stuff here at the fairground. The guys often argue amongst themselves, but if I stay out of it. Charles the Clown is a pretty hard guy to get on with, but he's got a good heart. Can't say I had a particular dislike for anyone except Jerry does get on my nerves, but he's sweet, I guess. Got on well with Hugh, although no one could deny he was pretty useless at his job. One house was always in a terrible state. Sometimes I try to help Hugh with repairs or ideas for improvements, but he'd never get anything done. Always figured the boss would replace him, but now look what's happened. Looks like she has an interest in the fun house. I guess we just added that to the profiles thing, but not to new topics or anything. I don't want to sound rude, but these toys look pretty cheap. I've never seen those characters anywhere before. You never heard of Turquoise Bunny and his friend Ruby Rabbit? What about everyone's favorite, the King of Scare Felix? What? That's supposed to be some kind of pun, I don't think I understand it. Or Jimmy the Striped Horse. He's quite a new one, actually. Okay, that's all she has to say about that. So maybe we can bring up the books directly. They're just for when I get bored, you know. It can get pretty quiet around here. There's an awful lot of them, yeah. Typically you're covered with just like a couple. Unless you read really fast. Not sure about this, but I can't help thinking those books have something to do with what Mandy was doing last night. Well, we can get the truth. Pretty sure for the first time, yeah. When a character is hiding something, you must perform an eye contact interrogation to get the truth out of them, which is honestly pretty simple. Hold your cursor to the left of his face to look away from the suspect, and as soon as they begin lying, you should be able to tell there will be a white flash. Move your cursor to the right to look them in the eye. Get it right, they will break down and tell you the truth. Move your mouse over the back button and click to start eye contact interrogation. So yeah, just like basically just keep your mouse on this side of the screen until it flashes, and then just move it to the other one, like right there. Gee, that was easy. I'll tell you what I'm up to since you seem so eager to know. I'm studying for my exams, and these are all my revision books. I need to bring them to the fairground because it's the only chance I get to go over them. Stay late most nights to use the time alone to get some work done. My exams are in 2 weeks and I'm totally unprepared. Well, I mean, 2 weeks is probably a good time to get prepared. Why did you keep it from me, though? I suppose I was worried you'd think it was weird bringing my revision books to work like this, even though that's something that a lot of people in I don't know, kind of weird low-wage jobs like this would pretty much do. I used to see somebody who worked at like a bag check at a supermarket have books like that. I'm pretty sure this clears up Mandy's alibi. So I guess we can pretty much just move on from here now, even though... Oh, here's this character again. It's you again. You need to find your parents and go home, I'm afraid, except... You can't go just yet, you still need my help. Shut up, Windows, I'm not doing that right now. Quite capable of carrying out this investigation without you, thanks. Although that map is really useful. Have you managed to get into the front house yet? There's a small opening to the left of the main door. We did notice that. It'll lead into a small office where he used to work. Thanks, I guess. How do you... And she's gone, even though we were ostensibly looking forward the entire time. I'll try getting through that opening after I've checked out the scene of the crime. First, let's check out the... I guess the can stall. There's no one here mining the stall, but there's a big space behind it. Looks like there's no one there at the moment. There is. There's also a green marker just left here. Can't help feeling it's out of place. Well, kind of contrasts with the rest of the background, I guess. That part does have some merits. There's also a window here. You can clearly see the hall of mirrors through that grubby little window, which is that even a window or just like a hole in the side of whatever this is. Can't tell if it's supposed to be made of wood or just something to be kind of made to look like that. But we can keep going here. There's a hall of mirrors, and evidently we're not alone there, but you can clearly see the hall of mirrors light shining through the single window. This place has officially given me the creeps, even though it's just like, yeah, it's like a couple of fucking dark, bright-eye silhouettes in the front. I wonder what that could possibly mean. Crazy, weird, insane. I'll see. I'll tell you. We can go inside the hall of mirrors right away, or we could notice the oil here. Some oil spilled right by the door to the hall of mirrors. And the clown's red nose. Wonder what it's doing on the ground. And we can move to the big wheel, or talk to this guy. Tater Kiddo, what's your name? It's Grimoire. Detective Grimoire, and I'm no kid, thank you very much. Sounds like somebody needs some candy floss. Well, I didn't need any candy floss, and I did not lose my hat. If you don't mind, I need to ask you about last night's murder. Hey man, no need to shout. Oh, that I did not expect. Can that guy really be a kid's entertainer? Well, I mean, probably helps that his face is hidden. I'm the entertainer here. I entertain kids and stuff. What humor is it? I'm not very entertaining, that's for sure. But we can talk about a couple of things here. I need to know everything you saw last night in as much detail as you can manage, please. Yeah, I was here all evening. Nothing happened. But you have to remember something. Hope he does, or he does remember, or I'll be a little stuck. I guess there was the one thing. I went home pretty late. On my way past here, I saw you. That's out the hall of mirrors. I was heading inside, actually, mumbling something about leaving the light on. Was it on last night? I don't know why, though. Maybe that's why he was going in to switch it off. See that oil by the door to the hall of mirrors? That wasn't in there, or wasn't there when he went in last night. There's one more thing. As I was walking around, I heard a loud squeaking noise. I guess it was probably the hall of mirrors door. It turned out to be useful after all. Went into the hall of mirrors to turn off the light. The oil was on the ground when he went in, and the door let out a screech when he opened it. It could have just been oiled by somebody else, and then the door wouldn't have made a sound, even though... Like, just confirming that the door isn't gonna... Like, a squeaky door isn't gonna make any kind of sound when you... open it after you just oiled it, like... Seems a little unreliable, but... well, tell me anything else about the fairground. Can't think of anything. We're all one big happy family. Yep, that's right. Well, a few people thought Hugh was a waste of space, but he kinda was. Like, the funhouse is a tip. It's not really safe. I remember Ferrier always said she could do a better job of running it. I guess that's all you have to talk about, except for this. Never mind. You're sure you get on with everyone here at the fairground? Just gonna keep to myself, usually. Not thoroughly convinced. Now, can we give him something like the red nose? You might want to show that to Ringer. But I guess that's all he has to say about that. And the oil. Definitely wasn't there last night. Not when I saw Hugh, anyway. And if we go inside... We got some marks on the ground. Some black marks on the ground. Looks like someone tried to wipe something away. And also, well, the whole body outline thing. Large blood stain on the floor. And a chalk outline at a crime scene. As well as some shards of glass on the floor, but there don't seem to be very many in contrast to how much glass is missing from the smashed mirror there. No comments on the other mirror, though, it's just there for effect. Mirror has been broken down on one side. The door into the hall is not visible in now shadow reflection, which would ostensibly be the purpose behind that. I guess we're not gonna find anything more there. Well, here's the big wheel, the timeless classic. Not many clues back here though, except for this guy standing around. Pete. I'm just gonna have to try. Peter Knobhead as your service. You've met my niece, Mandy. Yeah. I hope she was polite to you, though. Well, what does he have to say? Already, like, set number of these topics. If you don't mind me asking, where were you last night? Most of the evening I was fixing the back of the funhouse as always, but I remember leaving relatively early. Thinking about it now, I'm quite glad that I did. Did you see or hear anything suspicious at all last night? I did catch a glimpse of young Ricky and Charles arguing right over there by the Hall of Mirrors. The entertainer and the clown were arguing outside the Hall of Mirrors last night. I'm not normally one for eavesdropping, of course, but I think it was something to do with being popular with the children. And something about a red nose, can't remember much else. Well, we have the red nose, I wonder if he'll react to that at all. This red nose was found outside the scene of the crime. Gosh, that is really bad news for Charles. I assume he has his reasons. Maybe you should show it to him. Yeah, I'll bet. Oh, now we can talk about everything with this guy. I've seen many staff members come and go, but Gary normally knows how to run things. Gary Cole's our boss. You probably heard about him in the intro, and you'll probably find him in his office. He's usually capable of making the right decisions, but not always. Is there anyone? Do you want me to answer? Well, yeah, he's being kind of avoidant with the way that he's phrasing things here. How will you get on with the rest of the staff? I've been known to argue with Charles on a couple of occasions. Most of the people here are guilty of that. He's so difficult sometimes. And he's gonna be quite forward about that, though. I like the way things are run around here. I think I could say that. I'm not the only one to think that the funhouse has seen better days. You never really enjoyed his job, I don't think. He let it fall into a state of disarray. My niece Mandy often complains of it to me. Tell her not to cause trouble, but I know she could do a better job any day. So he knows about her desire to run the funhouse, and we're gonna write all this down. Now we just got everyone marked as suspects still. We can't look at anything, not even this green stuff on the side of either of these two bin shack things. Let's see what Jerry has to say. Are you Jerry Spears? The police tell me you were the one to discover the murder last night. You're the cleaner here at the fairground, am I correct? Prefer the term refuge engineer. Well, you look quite young to be working here. Too young to be working at a fun fair. Most of the guys here are too old, that's what I say. I am the youngest person here, but being young has its perks, you know. Is that what he has to say, though? Been going over this in my head since last night. Haven't forgotten a single detail. Stayed pretty late. Was cleaning up around here all evening. Eventually, I went round the whole fairground to give it a final clean. That's when I went into the Hall of Mirrors and found you. You weren't the last person here, though, right? Mandy was still here working away, so I ran to find her. We called the police, and as soon as they'd arrived after we gave our statements, we were allowed to leave. Did I forget something? Well, we normally stay around the food court. This is the area that needs the most cleaning. You notice anything else yesterday? Looks like you'd have a pretty good view from here. I did notice a couple of things. Well, got here real early, you see, before the boss. I saw Pete coming from the direction of the office in the morning. He put something in that bin there, and then went into the toilet cubicle. But he probably scribbled some stupid message on the wall in there. People are always using it as a message board. Just extra work for me, you know. Well, assuming that it can be undone, whatever's put in there. Maybe it can be scratched with, like, the pointy end of a compass. Something that I wouldn't know anything about from past experience. Why have we even employed a cleaner, you're thinking? Apparently the abandoned look is very popular with the kids these days. Well, we create everything to look old and rusted, it's dirty, but in fact it's all incredibly clean. Just take our word for it, that table behind me is only a couple days old. How do you tell when things really do get dirty? I guess I have no idea. Well, makes my job easier, don't you think? More time to take in the sights. course, like off, but also the sights is now a topic. What do you mean by the sights? Trees and birds and whatnot, stuff like that, right? Yeah. Probably wouldn't get old at all if you've been working here for any amount of time. I noticed a single tree or bird since I've been here. I think Jerry's hiding something, so let's just get the truth again. Let's look very shifty ourselves while we wait for the trigger to begin. To the point that we're not even compelled to look at what the text says, because you pretty much have to keep your eye on the mouse cursor there. What's so special about... Okay, I can't. That was easy. Just so perfect. Can you blame me? Well, I can blame some people for having apostrophes in some of the words that need them, but not others. That I can blame you for. You stay in the food court so you can stare at Mandy all day. And you think that's a little creepy? I'll bet I'm the least creepy person you've spoken to here at the fairground. Don't judge me so harshly. I won't say anything. Maybe you should get a hobby or something. Well, that poor kid, I feel so old. Creepy as he is, wasn't lying about that. Guess he's only young. I wonder what she thinks of him. Maybe we will actually regen what we just said. What do we actually have? They appear to have some sort of chill edition special, surely a very important clue. I mean, did that add to the clues themselves? I guess not, but maybe there'll be some actual notes on here. They appear to have some sort of chill edition special, yeah, that all got written down. Well, we can look at the bin, the toilet. Let's go in here first. We can look at the drawing of I'm getting hit by lightning drawn in green pen. And also some other writing. There's an argument written on the wall about clowns. Seems to have been written by 2 different people. But only 2, we can tell. Clowns rule, sock rule, give it up. It's not quite clear what the depiction in that final part is supposed to be. The glamorous, high-profile detective life is going smoothly. And there's nothing in the bin in the toilet cubicle, it seems, that we can even acknowledge. Or anything else, really, other than those things on the wall. Well, let's look at the bin now. Where we can move stuff around, which is an integral part of any investigation. And hey, wouldn't you know it? Found a pair of blue wire cutters in the bin. What could that be about? Well, before we follow up on any of these, let's go to the office, which I'm pretty sure is the far end of this whole place. And talk to this man. How did you get in here? This is a staff-only area, except I just sort of knocked and you opened the door for me, do you not remember? Well, we couldn't really have guessed that ourselves, given that that was not quite depicted. I guess I remember now. Would the local inspector come to sort out this mess, right? You're a detective, actually, and yes, that's right. I mean, is there any kind of big hang-up between the distinction between detective and inspector in the UK, I wonder? I was led to believe detectives wore hats, that's all. I run this fairground. Well, that running gag is not gonna go particularly far, it seems. Probably not for much longer with the way things are going. Murder in my very own grounds. Can't say that they look very new, but still. That's where I come in, you see. Wondering how helpful this guy is really gonna be. Well, let's find out. We can talk about everything right off the bat. The murder, I had quite forgotten. It's quite easy to do that, you see. Remembered myself being annoyed yesterday, quite dehydrated, yes. That's pretty specific. Remember coming in shortly before lunch and putting the various costumes into the wardrobe like usual. And he arrived shortly before lunch. It was quite hot out, you see. My office gets awfully stuffy in the sun, and I couldn't find any way to cool down. When did you leave in the evening? I always stay later than everyone else and go over the fairground for a final check before I leave. Well, I normally do. I think I did last night. Don't see why I wouldn't. There was nothing special going on. It was like Holt's unsure about when he left last night. Maybe there's a clue. There's a clue somewhere in here that can help me get the truth out of him. Like maybe the fact that we can just look directly at the freaking water cooler but not acknowledge that directly. I'll need to talk to him some more. Have you been the manager of the fairground long? As long as I can remember, to be honest. I mean, did the fairground exist before you came along? take great pride in ensuring a safe environment for all my staff and all my public. Some of the staff had been urging me to get rid of Hugh for a while. Did you know he was nearly completely deaf? I think we did hear that. Yes, we did hear that though. Who was trying to get rid of Hugh then? Well, neither Charles nor Pete particularly loved him. He caused more problems than he solved, that's for sure. Doesn't sound like Hugh was very popular around here. Who was it that finally decided to get rid of him? Your office was in a bit of a mess. Doesn't particularly surprise me, but there's no harm in asking, right? Well, I can assure you I keep this office perfectly tidy under normal circumstances. Haven't really had the time to clear up recently. But the mess is your fault. Well, who else would it be? There's one odd thing. My favorite green pen has gone missing from the pot on the desk. Probably got lost in the mess somewhere, but I noticed it disappeared from my room quite suddenly yesterday. Apparently I liked that pen over all the other pens, after I came back from lunch, I think. So was someone in here during the time Coils went to lunch? I mean, who did we hear about that moved around during the lunch before? You told me you couldn't find a way to cool down yesterday. What about that water cooler over there? Water cooler you refer was in fact broken when I came into work yesterday. Not knowing much about these things myself, I called in Pete, our mechanic, to fix it. I think that was around lunchtime. Oh well, there you go. That's someone who came in around lunchtime. Left him to get on with it as I went to lunch. Left him in here alone. Did he fix it? Come to think of it, he didn't. I really should press him on that. I didn't see him again that day, actually. And also there's the quite evident fact that the wire is cut to the water cooler. I mean, does a water cooler even need water though? That's my question, unless you get like some kind of electrical stuff in there to like heat up water or something. I'm pretty sure that a water cooler can just work entirely off of mechanical stuff, like just push the switch to just remove the inertia and let the water flow through. I'm pretty sure that all the actual water coolers that I've seen in my life don't need electricity to work, but well, there you go. There was no green pen in the set of pens. The pot looks like it's been knocked over. And if we look at the costumes, I guess there's a wardrobe here which holds the costumes for use in the fairground. I guess we don't really have anything more to add to that. The office is a mess. I can notice the grody plants in the foreground, even though there's also this. Calendar says get home early on last night's entry. Maybe I should ask Mr. Coles about that, even though I guess we have to actually bring up the clue directly to pursue that line of thinking. We could talk about this first. Tell me it's not broken, it's been sabotaged. This is an outrage. Water coolers just aren't safe anymore. I'm glad I'm not a water cooler. Well, that's all he has to say about that. And what about this calendar thing? It's like I said, I normally stay late and give the fairground a final check before I go home. But this calendar is clearly reminding you to go home early last night. Did you or did you not leave early last night? Well, a bit of both. It's definitely hiding something, so time to get the truth. Let's see if we can actually read this stuff here. You gave the fairground a final check over before you go home. Something was luring you away from the fairground early last night. I didn't leave particularly early, except look at you very sternly, and nothing except maybe, well... Okay, I'll admit it. I rushed home early last night to watch the Star Explorer all-night marathon on Channel 18. What? Just couldn't let a viewing opportunity like that pass me by. My fellow explorers would laugh at me, and well, I suppose you've learned your lesson. Yes, a little weird, but he's not lying about this, not for a second. So there you go, that's the truth acquired. I guess that's enough for us to account for why he would have left early, and that marks him as innocent. And he's also innocent, I guess, because we determined that he was gawking at the girl in the hoop stall. But everyone else is still marked as a suspect. And I don't think we can really grab anything else from out here, so might as well go back a bit and try to follow up on some of those other clues that we found, like this guy. Has the blue tools on his belt that match the thing that was found in the bin, and I'm pretty sure that the other guy, the janitor, said that he had dropped something in the bin. Don't think I've ever seen those before. They're a little dirty. Where on earth did you find them? Well, in the bin actually, by the food court. Suppose that explains why they're dirty. So let's get the shoot, even though we could have just brought it up without any great fanfare following the dialogue. They could have fallen off any tool belt except... They are the right color. They are exactly the same as all the tools in your belt. There's even one space empty. Yeah, there is that as well. Even though I don't know if something that's as wide as the pliers would fit in that one space. Probably need 2 of those notches to fit properly. I must have fallen off my belt when I was having lunch and someone found them and put them in the bin, because that's what you do with tools. Looks like that's all he's gonna say on the subject. That doesn't really clear things up too great. Can we bring up graffiti with this guy, I wonder? I don't know what this is. Not this, but maybe this. Alright, I'll admit. Ringer and I have our little quarrel. See, I drew a picture of some kid pulling off his noise. Well, that's gold. Well, the graffiti has come from Ricky and Charles. I get the feeling that's really all we can bring up to him, so... Let's go back over here. I don't know if there's anything else we can really talk about. Like, new topics, maybe? Your uncle. You could have told me that the mechanic was your uncle. Well, did I not mention that? Don't really think anything of it, I guess. He works a little too hard or so, we think. And now, apparently that was all that it took to mark her as innocent. I guess the fact that she's studying and that the mechanic is her uncle is enough to mark her as innocent. What about this argument? Which we have not discussed in the past. Oh yeah, he told me he saw you and Charles arguing outside the Hall of Mirrors last night. Let's see what, I don't really argue much. So let's get the truth right now. It's gonna be real simple to tell when he's lying in like this. That's an answer. Oh, conveniently, he actually does take off the mask to make that scene a bit more plausible. I'm certain you don't get on with Charles at all. I don't get on with Charles, we do argue, it's always the same. The kids make fun of him and so on. He gets annoyed, tries to take it out on me. Nothing ever comes of it, nothing. So I guess that's pretty much it. Someone is trying to distract me or so, we are led to believe so now. Everyone is innocent except the clown and the mechanic. Guess we better go back and talk to the clown some more. Except before, well, no, let's actually try to do this right now, the argument again. Would you mind telling me what it's all about? Well, Ricky and I were always arguing, it's no big deal really, that's pretty much the same thing that he said. We're better off grilling him about this, and he already did that. We can also show him the red nose that was found outside the Hall of Mirrors. This red nose was found outside the crime scene. There's only one guy around here with a red nose, and it's not Rudolph if you catch my drift. Well, no idea how it got there, honestly. I'm almost certain Charles is holding something back, but why? Well, let's get the truth. This red noise... Fine, now I'm doing it. This red noise. Shoving stuff in my face like that. I never lose my red noses, except... I'll tell you why it was lying on the ground if you really must know. I wonder, it didn't fall off my face, it was pulled off yesterday by some of the kids that came to the fairground. They were making fun of me and I was just trying to keep my cool. Are you happy now? Well, it's not the sort of thing you'd happily make up. I think you can believe him on this one. So with that, it's enough to say that he's innocent, right? Except apparently it is, okay. Even though there's still something that we haven't looked at yet, and that's the conveniently stacked chunks of wood here that block the way into this place. It was a tight squeeze when I got through. Hope there's something worthwhile in here. Well, we got records, we got papers which are unimportant, we got this mirror which looks mighty suspicious, and the window which I guess is just the way out. And if we look in the records, what's over here, I wonder? Completely blank. Oh, and a to-do list which we can really look at. It's been added to with a green pen. Can we take a closer look, perhaps? Next to the third point, fix funhouse green note says, yeah, right. Well, I wonder how that could have happened, but yeah. Other than these kind of blank Excel documents, so we can actually take a look at that more closely, but he just gets immediately. Hold on, can we look at it again and then... No, I guess not. Let's look at the mirror instead. Yes, we can't zoom in on the record book again, but here's this thing. This has to be the murder weapon. And what's this? A brightly colored brag tied around the glass shard. 2 clues at once. That gives us all the clues, I guess. Can we look at this again now? No, I guess not. We're just permanently locked out of that now, even though we weren't before. But yeah, that's pretty much all the clues now. The murder weapon is a shard of broken mirror. And the rag. Brightly colored, but it has black marks smeared over it. It's possible to see the whole mirror's window through this window here. I can see that the light is on. Well, I thought that was actually the way out that we came in through, but now it makes more sense, actually. But it isn't, since it looks different. But hey, check out what we found here. It's a piece of cloth ripped from your clown costume, that's what that is. Why do you have it? It was found wrapped around the murder weapon, I'm afraid. Looks like your luck has just run out. Wait, I can explain. I get my costume from the wardrobe in the boss's office. He brings in the costumes when he comes into work and places them in the wardrobe. I arrived at the fairground just after lunch. Went in to get my costume and found that it had a hole in it. Oh ho ho ho. Besides, look at this rag. It's not really like me to damage my own clothes. It's covered in some black stuff. And yeah, why would you do that? If you were the murderer, why won't you go and talk to the boss, Mr. Coils? I guess we can go do that before we do anything else now. And hey, Lambda. Come in from your slumber with your animal angry emote. How's it going? I'm not actually sure if this guy's gonna have anything new to say, but might as well go over things. That rag looks like it came from Charles' costumes. It's got a nasty black smear on it, and that's not like Charles at all, and that's all he has to say. Well, I get the feeling that we're not really gonna find that much more. I think we pretty much gathered all the information we can. Been over all the topics, we've gone over all the stuff that we could show the people. Including the initial suspects for now. Guess we just backtrack and talk to this guy again, I think. It looks like you got your suspect. Are you ready to give your final conclusion? Sure, let's do it. Who was the murderer? It's you, Grimoire. You're not admitting to the murder, are you? Charles Ringer the clown, Mandy Ferrier the game's toll clerk, Ricky Warren the entertainer, Gary Coles the manager, Jerry Spears the cleaner, Pete Novhat the mechanic, and this guy, well, we can just click on him directly. But that can't be right. Did you miss something? We can just try this as many times as we want, fortunately. But pretty much any time that we mess up, we just see that. And we actually get a bit of a giveaway in the sound of the villain's voice, but well, we have to decide on who the villain is right away, so let's just go to it. What was the murder weapon? I would say that would probably be pretty evident. It had to be this bloody glass shard cuff. Dirty rag. Any other quips about any of the other items? I really don't think so. I hope not. Nope. I'm pretty sure that the graffiti was used as a psychological weapon to murder somebody. The first thing Pete did was to cut the wire for Coil's water cooler. He left his wire cutters in the bin outside. His first mistake. But why did Pete cut the wire from the water cooler? Because he needed to be called in to fix it. And you see, apparently just saying things like this causes people to be physically damaged by them, like in Ace Attorney. Coils then arrives, bringing with him the customs for the day. He notices that the water cooler is broken and calls in Pete to fix it during lunch. Pete goes in the office, takes a green pen, well, space, comma, takes the green pen from the desk and rips a section off of Charles's costume. He eventually uses the pen to draw a picture. Well, he drew multiple things with the green pen, I guess. I don't know why he even bothered to do that, honestly, but he did it in the toilet cubicle. I'm pretty sure that none of the other places mentioned had green graffiti on them. By this time, Charles has arrived. He goes into the office and takes his ripped clown costume from the cupboard. Later, Pete visits the Hall of Mirrors to smash the mirror. He takes the larger shard that falls and wraps it up in Charles's rag. He wrapped it up in the rag so that he wouldn't hurt his hands, I would think, but I guess if he's wearing gloves, which I'm pretty sure he was, he wouldn't necessarily need that by itself. But he also did it to frame the clown. That was really loud. Before leaving, he leaves on the main lights, then hides in the empty game stall where he accidentally leaves behind his green marker, even though he's got plenty of pockets, it seems. Well, he probably would have been able to remember to... Like, how did he even have the green markers? What I have to wonder. Seems like a completely unnecessary and useless part of the evil plot. Hugh sees the Hall of Mirrors light through the window in his office. As he goes in to turn the light off, the door lets a loud squeak. So how did the oil end up outside the Hall of Mirrors? Well, because he oiled the door before going in, yeah, so that it wouldn't make a noise the second time, apparently. Who knows if it's making noise now in the present. Pete follows, but as to not attract any unwanted attention, he hastily oils the door to silence it, and also at this long enough that I guess we have actually reached the looping point for this track. Before entering, causing a spillage by the door. He has been distracted by the broken mirror, but cannot see behind him, for the mirror is cracked down on the side that would normally reflect the door. So where did the black smears on the whole floor come from? He piped up more oil to create the smears, even though it's not really clear why he would have dripped more oil after he was already inside, but yeah, that's it. It stabs Hugh in the back with a glass shard. On his way out, he notices he has spilled more oil on the floor and hastily wipes it up with Charles' rag, which he then proceeds to put back in the mirror shard for some reason. Before making his exit, Pete hides the murder weapon along with the oily rag behind a frame in Hugh's very own office. So what was Pete's motive for murder? He wanted to frame Charles Ringer, he hated having to fix the funhouse, and he wanted money to run the funhouse. Yeah, it's actually all of the above. Which just causes that, yeah. Oh, jeez. That freaking follow-up to the Ace Attorney hurt physically by accusations and statements thing with an actual Ace Attorney breakdown. And apparently just leads to the ending. With the chibi versions of all the characters just doing this. And to all the G, I hope this is one of those. This is not one of those songs that's going to. Oh, hey, apparently Ego Raptor did one of the voices, or multiple of the voices. It's not very clear. Back when he did Flash things. Those were different times. But the thing that I completely forgot about actually was. I hope this is not one of those tracks that actually got on Newgrounds and were used in Newgrounds stuff, presumably because they were used as, you know, actual tracks that were put on Newgrounds and made available for that kind of thing. That will also trigger some kind of copyright bot ID, because I have had that happen to me with some stuff that I put up that was like music from Flash games. But there you go, that's Detective Grimoire, the Flash game. You can email the creators, play more games, go to Arbor Games, and look at the making of feature, which is apparently something that redirects to the website, the Super Flash Bros website. I click on that, and that particular link though seems to be a 404, so that's unfortunate. But that wouldn't be the last hurrah for this particular, I don't know, do I even want to call it an IP, as it would happen. As there would be, so far at least, a couple other forays that would feature the things that we've just witnessed, and I so happen to have one of them right here, so let me get straight into it. Something that may result somewhat familiar. Well, I actually have software capture, like, have had that active the entire time, but it's just not latched into anything. Let's see if I can get it to latch onto this, because now, actually we're gonna have to change the view, because I think this is supposed to be on, yeah, on this 16 by 9. So let me go ahead and do that, switch up the view. Grimoire and his gothic new spook of shadows. Well, for all we know, that might occur. I believe that from what I've seen of this, and I'm pretty sure that it was also visible when I had the Flashpoint launcher there. Flashpoint launcher visible, which I think it might have been for like one more second. before I just closed it, you could have seen that there actually was a flash demo for this version of the game, which was like an actual, quote-unquote, more serious, I guess, full game. We can go to SFB games and Armor games, which will ostensibly be updated links now. We can look at the credits. We can look at the achievements. Due diligence, Boggy's fan club, nice hat. Intro alert, who is that little girl? Slickest of sleuths, let's get started, mystery for tomorrow, or haunt the swamp. Or we could look at the options, which is just volume and looking at the achievements and turning windowed mode on or off. But we're gonna play on full screen mode, why not? But it's just like borderless window. And I guess you have to go into options to, oh no, never mind, to quit the game before I notice this up here. But now let's just start the game. And start a new save file in... I typically just started in anything but one, but this might be the odd time when I actually do feel compelled to start number 1. Or use the save file, save slot 1. You'll need sound to properly experience this game, so... it's probably gonna be a helpful reminder for me to not just constantly slip off one side of my headphones like I frequently do during stream. Oh, we get an actual original score that's dedicated to the game specifically, as opposed to using free Newgrounds material, which the original did. Starring Edward Young as Grimoire. Maybe this time I will actually be able to hear the intended pronunciation of his game, since, as you can see, or tell, he actually does have voice acting now.
Hold on. A tourist attraction. Here? I don't get it. Why would anyone come here by choice?
I've explained this already. This area is famous.
Famous. All I read was that some idiot thought they saw an alien here 100 years ago.
Get your facts straight for once. We're talking about a creature that's lived in the swamp for over 60 years.
Okay, so it's a 60-year-old alien. I still don't see what matters.
If it matters to anyone, it's you. That creature is our prime suspect.
The murder suspect?
That's right. This is no Loch Ness monster. You need to be taking this seriously.
No, look, come on. How am I supposed to arrest something that might not exist?
We've always enjoyed a challenge before. You can start by reading this.
Our case file? There's not a lot of it, is there?
As usual, we only know the bare essentials at this point.
And I guess we actually kind of take over at this point. We got the fun favorite characters that dominated the original game, as you can tell there. And Richard Remington, founder of tourist attraction Boggy's Bog, was found dead outside his office at 20:45 last night. Exact cause of death unknown. 3 small wounds to the chest suggest an attack from a clawed creature. Lime around the wound and footprints out at the scene suggest that culprit was Boggy, the legendary swamp creature. Any of the 7 other people present in the swamp last night could hold vital information. And I guess the other 2 pages are just for the pictures. Oh, there's your suspect. Slimy wounds, spooky reptile tracks, and a dead guy with a blue beard. That's usually a good indication. I wonder how many... I'm not actually sure, like, exactly who else is involved with the voice acting in this game, but... might be something approximating like the voices of Newgrounds as well.
Our murder victim, Richard Remington, he was in charge of this, tourist attraction. Boggy's Bog? What a name.
Boggy is the name of our creature. Well, nowadays it is.
You mean that stupid cartoon character? I've heard of him. That thing is our murder suspect?
There's more to Boggy than the cartoon character, I promise you. This is the place it all began. You'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, I guess one of them just disappears from the boat whenever the one needs to talk. Swamp full of secrets.
Your case file is in the top right. You can look at your clues and suspect profiles in here. When you've collected some, of course. I'll stay and guard our boat, so If you're confused, come back here and I'll help you.
And never the sagely character. And yeah, we got like the large print, large display, everything, which kind of tells you that this was pretty much designed to be a phone game, but still. I feel like a lot of like modern adventure games pretty much have that quirk. And by modern I mean like produced within the past decade or so. Now we can look at the case file right now. We got 1% rank. Better head to the crime scene first. It's on the west side of the swamp. And we only have 2 suspects right now, even though one of them is a victim. Mysterious creature. Not quite sure what the rest of these... it's not been officially cited for 60 years. Not sure what like the rest of this UI implies, to be honest. And apparently the code is just a bunch of dots. Who was rowing? Well, who knows? Maybe there's some kind of super silent engine underneath the boat. Hope you enjoy your visit to Boggy's Bog. That's apparently what he said at some point. On some Danny Elfman energy in some parts of the music there. Well, that's one of the clues. There's the file. Pretty much all we have. And the notes just show us a map as well, I guess. They're related to each area. Which is pretty much how it worked in the Flash game too, so you know. We can hold the back button to exit immediately from the menus, because apparently we're gonna have to follow a pretty specific sequence otherwise. And I'm guessing that these things will lead you specifically to that part of the menu too. Alright. Well, let's go.
That's
Maybe.
where I need to go.
Unless, I think I actually remember playing the demo for this before, and...
I can switch to walk mode with the button in the bottom right.
Yeah, you can't just
and
go.
If I'm feeling confident, I can turn off those sparkly hit icons in the options menu.
I think I'm gonna do that, actually. Why not? Network info on, off, sparkly hint icons, let's switch those off. Who needs those, anyway? I guess we're gonna keep the sidebar info on, though. I'm not entirely sure what that implies at this point, but you gotta walk around in this game like in... using the Layton walk mechanics. And hey, look, it's somebody, but it's also something back
It's
here.
an opportunity for a photographic memento. The 2 characters are an explorer and Boggy himself. Are they...
Oh, fighting, but are they fighting? It's kind of hard to tell from the way that looks overall, but we'll just keep going. There's
It's an
what it
old
is.
statue of Boggy. His feet are hidden in a bucket of murky water.
This thing on the right, which is just like so darkened that it looks kind of spooky, but okay, let's... I wonder what else we could possibly focus on here. Fine, we'll do it.
Wow, you didn't get lost yet.
No, well, I only just got here. Who are you?
You don't remember. Of course, you're not great at remembering. I should be offended, though.
I'm pretty sure that depending on your experience with the character, any of these can be true, but... Well, let's say that we do remember, because we should remember at this point.
You're that weird girl from the fairground.
Saw your hat blow through here already. You must be slow, if it wouldn't even wait for you.
Well, if you'll let me, I'd better go after it. You can wait here and
You'll
behave.
get lost. I would never forgive myself if I let you go through without the map.
You have a map of the swamp?
Not anymore. I'm giving it to you.
You should really stay here. It's dangerous. There's been a murder. Although I suppose you know all about it already?
They're saying it was the creature, but it can't be him. He doesn't seem like a killing sort of creature. Nope. He's a different sort of creature.
Wait, what do you mean? If you... she disappeared.
Just like that, even though we were literally in the middle of addressing her, still. Just as out of nowhere as in the Flash game.
Pretend I imagined her.
Oh, I might. Alright.
No clues, just mud.
I guess the sparkly hint icons would probably just try and help to avoid a pixel hunt here, but where's the fun in that?
No clues,
I guess if we hear no clues,
no clue.
we have to like...
It's an old statue. I still don't quite understand why we have a tourist attraction here.
Okay, something that I'm kind of noticing.
Move around.
Yes, I know. I think that I am kind of noticing though, is that sometimes if you like click very quickly.
No clue.
I guess it just stopped happening.
Just an odd old tree.
I feel like it was dropping some of my clicks a minute ago, but I guess it's not doing that anymore. How convenient.
The fence that seems to surround this entire area.
So I don't have to like hold it down or do anything weird. Okay, let's go.
Just my luck, the gate's closed.
Or not.
Looks like I can move these metal latches around. I should just have to slide at least one of them out of the bottom of the lock. Then I'll be able to get through this gate. Probably.
But what if we want to do both? I'm sure there will be a way to do that as well. I mean, it's a pretty straightforward puzzle here. Just like do this. I mean, you can slide them both out. Maybe even attempt to do that for the hell of it. Gotta do this, and kind of go around actually. Shoot. Oh. Well, it'll probably be a little bit easier if you can actually get these weird physics to work right, but...
Hey, nice. I might get one of these from my office.
I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have been that difficult to slide the other one as well, but I suppose we're just not doing it.
Tourist attraction? The whole thing just doesn't make sense to me. Let's do some thinking.
Okay.
Drag any two stray thoughts into those slots at the bottom, and flick through the connecting statements in between to make a sentence. Tap the confirm button to try it out. I just have to focus my thoughts and reach a conclusion. Boggy's Bog seems like the middle of nowhere.
Are you making the sentence or am I? But yeah, we went from having just an Ace Attorney style breakdown to having an Ace Attorney investigation style, not logic chess, but just like logic, whatever the first one was called, one where you're not facing down with somebody. I actually don't remember what it was called, but yeah, definitely something that was in Ace Attorney investigations. Middle of nowhere, the tourist attraction is far too remote. Actually, no, I think it's the other way around. The swamp is far too remote for the tourist attraction to make any money.
The swamp is far too remote for the tourist attraction to make any money. It's really bugging me. What's the story behind this place?
I suppose that was a correct choice. I've got a cafe and a museum, it seems.
Apparently, there's a museum to the left and a cafe to the right. I'm not hungry, though. This place is putting me off food. Apparently, there's a...
Oh, right. We're both thinking the same thing.
There's a hollow part of the tree, right at the front. But it's too dark to see inside.
Well, not too dark for randomized to appear out of it at every regular interval, I guess.
Note to self, don't fall in.
I don't think I've ever been to a bog, so...
Those trees are more dense. It's like a forest back there.
I don't know how much I can really quip about that kind of thing. Let's see. Well, we were told to go west first, so let's obviously do the
crime scene before I do anything else.
I'll attempt to be contrarian, but I guess we're not allowed to.
To the west.
Alrighty then, sure. Whatever. Well, what about this place? There's something...
These flower petals seem a little out of place, lying on the ground over there.
Something discolored on the ground. I would not have guessed that it was flower petals, but at least that got cleared up. What about this tree stump?
A rather prominent tree stump looming over the wooden pathway. It's hard to ignore.
Is it also hollow, like in Psychonauts? No, I guess not. Probably be visible on the top if it were.
Looks like this path leads towards the northwest corner of Boggy's Bog. I can't wait.
Well, why wait? What about the stuff in the distance, like this?
I should
Campsites?
visit the crime scene, but I think Officer...
I guess he's just gonna say that now. Well, let's see. I mean, what far can we go from here? If we just try this out, I guess we would have to go also to the northwest. Or top left to try and follow along in that direction. What if we check out this arrow thing?
Rocks sitting in the water like stepping stones.
Is it an actual
That's a natural
sign?
occurrence, it's a very convenient one.
Is it, does it have writing on it, perhaps?
I should visit...
Well, apparently whatever it is, we're just not allowed to go there.
There's a narrow path here leading up that hill and through the trees. It doesn't look inviting. I'm not sure it's part of the tourist attraction.
Well, I'm glad that we made a note of it.
This area is kind of empty. I can't see anything worth writing down. This area is...
Not even gonna comment on the imminent danger or ever-present danger of the water, but here we are, I suppose. There's the chalk outline.
So, this is where they found Remington's body.
Yes, we've seen this already. I don't think that any of this is different. from when we looked at it the first time.
So,
But it does in fact match and relate to the photograph I put in the file.
there's an open window above Remington's body. One of the curtains is ripped and hanging on the outside. There's an open window. One of the curtains is ripped and hanging on the outside.
There's also a few different tracks leading to and from the thing, as we can see. But before we take a look at that, what if we look at something that's a bit more obvious, perhaps?
I can't get in here without a key. And I don't feel like kicking the door down. Maybe if I get desperate later on.
Well, we better go run and do a few more things so that we get desperate to get clues from the office a little bit faster. I'm sure that's how that'll work out.
I don't like it here. It's Remington's office. I don't really want to go inside, but I don't think I have a choice.
Well, we don't have a choice to... I mean, that's right, we don't have a choice to go inside right now because we literally can't go inside unless we break something down, but... You can check out the tracks.
I can't make...
No, the tracks.
There are bizarre footprints with 3 toes leading up to the office door. And back down into those reeds by the water.
Well, what about the reeds?
The strange footprints stop right by these reeds. Maybe I should take a closer look. Maybe I can move some of them out of the way.
Alright, well, we can indeed move the reeds and find something over here.
A strange pair of green flippers, badly hidden in the reeds outside the office.
I wonder if there could be any kind of forensic evidence on these things. Strange green flippers. Who left these lying around? I guess there was a pair, even though it didn't really look quite like that, just from what we could see of them. But alright. Clue acquired. I don't get the feeling that it's not really that much more we can find here
There
now.
are bizarre footprints with 3 toes leading up to the office door, and back down into those reeds by the water.
And there's also like regular shoe footprints, but I guess we're not going to comment on those being mixed in there at all.
There and
Okay. Well, what about the bubbly swamp water?
what's this? There's a lockpick dropped amongst the weeds down here in the water.
Okay, I wasn't expecting
I
that.
just have to work out which vine to break and tap that button.
Except, I guess the one that is actually going through the ring on the lockpick itself, well, it shouldn't be hard. It's just a matter of using your basic eye skills. Well, that leads to 3 on that side. What about the other side? It lead nowhere? Yeah, it does lead to that leaf.
That's the one. But I wonder where this lockpick came from.
Covered in a strange liquid slime. Certainly not the kind of thing that you would find in a swamp. Most likely used by the murderer to break into Remington's office. I mean, can we use the lockpick to break into the office?
I can't get in here without a key. Maybe...
Maybe if you look at the list of stuff. This is for the suspects, I think. Let me see if I can get used to this menu as well. Use the lockpick. I guess we can't really use these things as items the way I was gonna say we kind of did in the Flash game, but that's not even necessarily true. We would just like present them to people. I guess we're not really doing anything, much of anything there yet. But hey, here's somebody.
Suspects. Let's get this investigation started.
And if I remember too, this is like the exact point in which you can get to before the demo version just stops. Well, let's see what these people are actually about for real.
Alright, let's see. Another suspect for my notebook.
That's a little rude.
No, I'm sorry. Did I say that bit out loud?
Maybe not. Maybe I can hear your thoughts.
So would you be able to answer my questions before I asked you?
Would you be able to question my answers before I tell you?
I could try.
I'm Bobby Burl, professional cameraman. Pleased to meet you.
I'm Detective Grimoire. I'm here to investigate last night's murder. Obviously.
Grimoire. Strange. Is that your first name?
You know, I would like to know this as well. It's my 23rd name, but it's one I like the best. First name, what's the first name, or... It's my second name, Detective is my first name, would be the obvious answer, I guess. I guess we just be cheeky here.
It's actually my 23rd name, but it's the one I like the best.
Okay, I guess there's no follow-up to that response, regardless. We can talk about your job. Last night, or present a clue or present a profile. Once again, it's like, or Ace Attorney type mechanics. Now, let's see.
So you already told me what you do, but now, why would a cameraman be working here?
I go where I'm needed. Vincent wanted to come to the swamp, and I was happy to help.
Vincent Vanderpeer. You mean that man standing on that rock over there?
That's right. I've worked with him for many years.
Is he your boss?
Oh, I don't know about that. We work together. He's tried to film here before, but he never got permission until about a week ago.
Oh, really? But why did you want to come here in the first place?
If you're looking for a reason to write down in your notebook, I'm sure he can tell you if you ask him. I'm just the guy who carries around the camera.
You always carry that camera with you?
Most of the time.
I see. Guess we're not gonna get any particularly new information out of repeating the topics, so let's just move on here.
You were here yesterday, I presume? Last night?
Yes, I was.
Here, in this clearing?
No, I was over at the cafe getting something to eat. Richard Remington was there too.
Remington? You saw him last night? Just before the murder?
That's right, I saw him. He left the cafe looking rather ill. I offered to help, but he just wanted to go back to his office. He looked like he had a lot on his mind.
He was ill yesterday?
Perhaps it was something he ate.
I mean, do we have much of anything else to present right now? The lockpick, the flippers, the crime scene, the question mark. Or are these just like categories? I guess it would be. I mean, if this is the crime scene category and this is the question mark category, then what are these up here? I guess they just don't have names right now. I guess you could see that. Have you seen this lockpick?
What is it? Some evidence from last night's murder?
Oh, I guess he also gives a generic response if it doesn't trigger anything.
That's great.
I guess they have multiple generic responses for that, though. We have more profiles, only this guy. I guess in order to actually get the other guy's profile that's over there, we need to speak to him first. Well, what do you know about this
You
character?
should ask someone else.
Okay. What about the dead guy? You said you met him.
Try showing it to somebody different.
I guess you didn't meet him all that much. What about yourself?
Prolific cameraman with exceptional skills at carrying heavy equipment.
Well, I guess that's everything then. What about this man's?
Yes, do you have a message for me?
No. I don't think so.
Then why are you here? I'm incredibly busy.
You don't look it. Who are you, anyway?
What a question. You're serious? I am Vincent Vanderpeer.
The famous movie director?
The artist, the visionary, the auteur. I'm a man of many talents.
So we have a talent for answering my questions, a very talented beard. Well, it's a very talented lack of nose you have that really echoes the Muin art style, but... Your work was going downhill lately. Well, it's not just snap into that immediately, I guess.
That's great. Let's hope you have a talent for answering my questions.
You're in my light. Could you take a few steps back, please?
But then I'd be too far away to talk to you.
I know.
Can anyone just walk in here and start filming?
I mean, the guy that... this guy told us a while ago. And by a while ago, I mean like a few seconds ago. And hey, it's a ghost from that Haunted House game, which was also, I'm pretty sure, a Flash game before it was made into another larger game. Yet it never really struck me that it's probably the same kind of artistic people behind those two games, sets of games, I don't know. But let's see, this guy only recently got permission from someone, question mark, who would he have gotten permission from though? That's a question, if we go with that. Let's try this from that guy, I guess, if he's already here and the guy just died the previous night to film in the area. Film here in the swamp, yeah. Not really that many options either, so...
Vincent Vanderpeer only recently got permission from Richard Remington to film here in the swamp. I wonder if Mr. Vanderpeer has been breaking rules. Or maybe he'll have an excuse.
Got a challenge topic now, oh boy. And I get the feeling this might relate to the sight lock mechanic from age 32, because I was wondering what these, like, lock symbols, or... I guess they're kind of supposed to look like lock symbols, but they're also like actual little silhouettes. I'm guessing that's on purpose too. Alright, let's try the challenge maybe, but before we do that I guess we might as well go through the normal topics.
What's a famous guy like you doing in a place like this?
Quite. I'm sure you're thinking, why doesn't he send an assistant? but that's not the way this director works.
But what are you doing?
I'm feeling, I'm experiencing, I'm discovering. This area, the history, the atmosphere, it's the perfect setting for my next film. I'm on a scouting mission to get to know this swamp before I begin work on the latest masterpiece in a string of masterpieces.
You're making a movie about Boggy? About the swamp creature?
Of course. He's a fascinating individual, isn't he? So mysterious.
No idea, I haven't met him yet. Is that your cameraman over there?
Yes, that's right. Bobby Burl, my faithful right-hand man. Well, faithful enough, you know.
No, I don't know.
He's an expert cameraman. Really knows his trade, of course. But he gets a bit muddled when it comes to priorities.
Like how? You mean he's lazy? He doesn't look lazy. He looks a bit scary.
Oh no, nothing of the sort. He just has a little hobby that sometimes distracts him from his work. But I wouldn't want anyone else shooting for me.
I guess we're not gonna get any more details about that hobby yet, but maybe we can bring it up to him next. Like the cameraman directly, but let's see. What does he have to say about last night? Did he see the guy before he died like the other man's?
Were you working yesterday? Here in the swamp, I mean?
Indeed I was working, very hard indeed, well into the night.
Hard work, is it? Getting to know the swamp?
You jest, but yesterday I was getting even more involved than usual, yes. Difficult to comprehend, I know.
So what kind of work were you doing?
Well, I was, unable to find my faithful cameraman last night. He had hidden himself quite completely from view.
Bobby Burl, right? Did you need him to film for you?
Always. But being a resourceful type of man, I stepped up and took on the responsibility myself. I was filming in this exact area, in fact.
You were filming? Last night? Here?
Yes, at the time of the murder, I believe. But wait, I know what you're thinking. Now, don't forget, I'm not here to shoot some experimental documentary. I have no interest in late-night surveillance footage.
Did you see anything at all? What is it you were filming?
The water. I was filming the water. It's a fascinating subject, one that has me captivated to the point where
So, you didn't see anything useful? Got excited there for a minute.
Nothing useful to you, my good detective, but there are some odd sounds on the audio track. Nothing but wild animals going about their nighttime rituals, I'm sure.
Is there something I should ask the cameraman?
Well, they seem to be very, very adamant about filming the water, because I get the feeling that this is yet another... I keep talking about Ace Attorney parallels. I get the feeling that this could be a plot point that's also a parallel to something from the first Ace Attorney game. There was somebody in the first place was a murderer, was nowhere to be found last night, was so useless, came to the swamp in the first place. Do we only have these topics to add to the thing right now? Wouldn't match up with what I am thinking of now, if that's the case. By clues? Doesn't explain why, well, that would be plural, not singular. There's something I should ask the cameraman. Maybe. I mean, I think we know that this guy would have been the reason for the other guy to come to the swamp, but I get the feeling that that's a little too obvious to actually make a dedicated statement out of it.
Vincent Van de Peer was one of the reasons Bobby Burl came to the swamp in the first place. What is that supposed to mean?
I mean, it's pretty obvious what it is, but... I mean, can we back out of this? Can we not back out of this? I guess we can't back out of that. Oh boy. I mean, we could also say something like this. think that would result in anything either, and I don't even know how I would construct that. So I'm honestly kinda stumped here. What if I do this? Are you sure I want to quit the game? No. Okay. I mean, I would pick no, but if I do pick yes instead. Oh, whoops. It actually closes out of the thing entirely. I thought it would be back to main menu or something. Let's try this one more time. Hold on. Is this thing gonna hook itself back on, or... Okay, yes it is. Okay. And we're back here. Hold on. Let's try this topic again. Let me see if there's something that I missed in the conversation.
Were you working yesterday?
Unable to find him last night. Was filming here at the time of the murder. Was filming the water here at the time of the murder without the cameraman. They're gonna... And there are some odd sounds on the audio track.
Ask the cameraman.
I mean, we're not talking to the cameraman right now, but okay. I'll try this from the beginning. No. Road we found last night. I don't think that Bobby Burl was nowhere to be found last night. I'm pretty sure that he... Well, if he was telling the truth, we only talked to him so far. Should probably believe him on where he said he was. Well, I guess he kind of said this. Let's try this.
Vincent Vanderpeer told me that Bobby Burl was nowhere to be found last night. Simple enough. What was Mr. Burl doing last night that meant he couldn't help out his boss?
I mean, he apparently said that he was talking to the other guy, the guy that died. What if we do the challenge for this guy? What exactly will this imply?
I heard this isn't the first time you've tried to film here.
Where? In the swamp? What are you talking about?
Oh boy. I guess this might be a dialogue tree that we actually need to be careful about. I think we heard that this happened.
Remington has denied you the filming permission in the past.
Oh, that. Nothing but the natural process of being in a profession like mine. Every situation simply requires the right approach before the gears start turning smoothly. You understand, I'm sure.
Why did Remington not want you filming here? And why did he change his mind?
It wasn't even up to him. This area is protected, you know. There are certain rules, certain regulations. I encounter this kind of thing all the time, really.
That doesn't explain why he changed his tune. It's a little suspicious.
Why would you say that?
A famous movie director suddenly gets his way.
Well,
I wonder how that happened. Time to use my notebook. Just drag an item onto the paper to draw the idea.
famous, I am the boss. I guess he just bribed him is what we're implying right now.
Right. That's the one.
It couldn't have been anything else, surely.
I think you bribed Remington to get the filming rights.
Well, bribe is a strong word. It was just a little arrangement between friends. Nothing worth getting upset about. I simply promised him a cut of my next movie's profits. It made sense, since he owned the area anyway. Just a favor for a favor.
So you would have owed him money.
Only a small percentage, simply out of courtesy. And not for a long time, either.
I mean, I guess he would have owed him money, but not necessarily would have been something that would have been able to create a debt, because... talking about a hypothetical percentage, which means that it was a dynamic figure of something that, if it existed at all, he would have been able to pay it off, but I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too hard about this. Shall we talk to him about anything else? Probably not. Oh, probably should have back that there, actually.
I can't see anything worth...
Yeah, but it's we weren't trying to look at the area here. What if we talk about some other people? Like this guy, apparently both of the other two characters we've talked to so far knew this guy.
Now there's a man who could handle himself.
I'm not so sure.
Well, apart from yesterday, that was just a one-off, wasn't it?
For him, I think so, yes.
Okay. And one of that resulted with him dying, I guess. How about this man's?
He's been working with me for a number of years. A real expert, of course.
Okay. What about yourself?
The world's premier director.
Premier.
The king of wit and whimsy. You met him. You're a lucky man.
Alright. That was very enlightening, but I guess we got some new topics that we should discuss with this man's. We've already done the regular topics, and I guess there's no guarantee that the rest of these will get filled in. After all, let's do the challenge.
I heard from Mr. Vanderpeer over there that you were nowhere to be found last night.
Didn't I say I was at the cafe?
Yeah, you did. But your director needed you for some filming, and he couldn't find you. What were you doing that was so important?
Well, let's see. After I ate, I had a walk around the swamp. I didn't have my camera, so I was free to stretch my legs for once.
Where was your camera? Don't you carry it around with you all the time?
No, not all the time.
Yeah, I guess the other guy would have had the camera at that point, if he said that he was here filming stuff.
You left it with Vanderpeer, and he used it instead that night.
That's right, he was looking after that camera. So I went for a late-night stroll. This place is beautiful in the evenings.
You just walked around? You didn't do anything? Didn't see anyone?
Well, I can't say that. I have various ways to pass the time, you know.
But he said that he was doing that not in this specific area, or else the other guy would have seen him. And yeah, we heard about the hobby. I guess that's the only thing that we can say here that actually had some kind of backing.
Vanderpeer said you had a hobby on the side.
Is that what he said? Well, yes, he's right. I brought 2 cameras with me when I came here. I left my video camera, yes, but I have another one. It's much smaller, and it only takes black and white photographs. You know the kind I mean?
A really old one?
Yes, I suppose so. I've always enjoyed traditional photography, and this place is a wonderful opportunity to take some pictures of a natural environment.
So, you were having some time off to take black and white photographs? For fun?
Only one photograph. You have to be disciplined when you're not using a digital camera.
Can I see it?
Of course. I took it near the woods at the back of the swamp. It's quite an interesting shot, but the light qualities weren't perfect. Here we are. Feel free to take a look.
Well, is this gonna be relevant to what we're looking into, though?
This is a photo?
I haven't developed it yet. I only took it last night.
How are you discussing it in that kind of detail?
Just brush the developing fluid over the photo to reveal the image.
Suppose we waited until this exact moment to do this, but okay, yeah, this is how it works. Okay, then.
What? Is that Boggy? The swamp creature just standing in the water?
It could be. Personally, I'm not convinced, but I'll let you decide for yourself.
Now, we did find some indications that it could be someone that was wearing a costume, but being in the photo seems to have long legs. I suppose that would be everything for now. We don't have any other clues that we have that relate to what the other guy told us, do we? So we should just back out for now. Even though, keep in mind that we haven't exhausted this guy, I guess, technically speaking. Yeah, I'm guessing that we're actually gonna be able to go into the office at some point, but not at this time. We could go to the crossroads and go in the other direction, or we could, I guess, just simply not go where we were railroaded to in the beginning and go this way now. Boggy's Bog Museum. I hate these, which has, like, I guess the same kind of flowers as we saw on the bridge before.
I don't think it's a window, but this hatch is shut at the moment. I can't see inside. This side of the museum is surrounded by blue and red flowers.
So, I guess we're gonna comment on both the window, hatch, and the bush of flowers. No matter what part of that we click on.
I don't think it's a window.
Even if we don't click on that at all.
There's less light back there. Those trees are getting thicker and thicker.
Alright, well, what else can we look at here? The rocks?
It's a stepping stone path that goes past the museum and into the woods. So glad I'm wearing my best shoes today.
little tiny wooden pier thingy.
It's a stepping stone, so
Apparently that's part of the, whatchamacallit, the path, even though it's not one of the stones itself.
that museum is quite a nice building, which makes it look even more out of place in a swamp. Is it being held up on wooden supports? It's bizarre.
Well, apparently part of it is, but it also got these like freaking columns that look to be made out of marble like the rest of it.
That museum is which is it?
Well, what about the banner?
That's the logo for Boggy's Bog. So I'm guessing this museum is an official part of the tourist attraction. I hope they don't charge an entrance fee.
Well, only one way to find out, I guess. We can examine the door, which will probably... We need to solve a puzzle with the door to be able to open it.
Museum is wait, is it?
Apparently the door is not its own hotspot for examination, but let's... Well, we can also keep going in that direction, I guess, but...
The door's jammed unless I can get these brass handles out of the way.
Well, apparently these things were not
Seems like
just,
I can take one round,
an odd rendering.
just until the gap in the middle is clear.
From a distance, we actually do need to mess with these things. Well, we only need to do this a couple times until...
That
yeah.
top hat guy would have so struggled with this one.
And we're straight up referencing Layton. Even though, I guess, it's just been the exploration part of it that's felt like Layton so far. Everything else has been a lot more Ace Attorney-like. Well, what's in here?
It's a poster from the old Boggy cartoon show.
Well, how old would it be? Friggin' 1930s Disney. Swamp Studios, regarded by Swamp Sound. Copyright? What does it actually say? 1934? Yeah, I think that says 1934. So it literally is 1930s, like fake Disney stuff.
Apparently the museum was founded by the explorer many years ago. In a different location. It's only recently been moved here to be part of the tourist attraction.
The full building?
That might explain why it looks so out of place.
I mean, what was the other location? Maybe this guy will know, but let's leave that for last.
Some educational facts about swamps.
As usual.
Did you know swamps are gross? Yes? Yes, I did.
And what about this plaque in the book and the book itself?
This journal belonged to the explorer who first discovered Boggy in this swamp 60 years ago. I'd better take a look at this.
Well, I guess the plaque was a separate item from the book after all. What are we looking at?
This journal, it's full of drawings and notes all about Boggy. It seems to be the centerpiece of the entire museum.
The centerpiece. Okay. 60 years ago by the explorer who first visited the swamp. I mean, I guess 60 years ago in the present of when this was released would be like the 50s, wouldn't it? Unless this is set slightly in the past. The only record of Boggy existing contains notes and sketches on the appearance of the swamp creature. 3 small claws in each arm. Each are always hidden in the water. Seems to be a page ripped from the back. We can look at that, but I guess there's another page missing that we can't access. And what else is in here? We've seen these things. We haven't seen like the display cases yet.
This is a really cramped museum. Just one room, not worth the admission price. Apparently, this is the exact hat worn by the explorers 60 years ago. It seems everyone is destined to lose a hat or two in this damn swamp. Apparently...
So apparently the hat also extends its hotspot all the way over here. Well, what about this display thing on the left? This will clearly be far more significant.
This is a really not things in jars. Ooh, I don't like things in jars unless the thing is marmalade. Models of Boggy's claws. Hold on, what's this? Something doesn't seem right here. I think I should try arranging these models into pairs.
Boy.
Something seems out of place.
Something seems out of place, which will apparently cause us to update a suspect file, even though I don't really know how that will relate. Examples of the creature's claws based on sketches. His skin would have had a number of spots and patterns similar to that of a toad or frog. 3 prominent sharp claws supposedly the primary weapon of the Boggy Swamp monster. Some early sketches even showed a small thumb. I mean, two of these look different from the others. The example will be just do it like this.
I don't think these gloves are part of the exhibit. It looks like someone tried to hide them here.
Oh, okay, hide them in plain sight. These flippers are not part of the museum exhibit, that's for sure. I mean, what are they made of? I'd be asking. Should be discernible.
These are skulls? Oh, they're just models. Creepy models.
They look fairly detailed.
Books about Boggy and other mysterious creatures. I'll read them some other time.
Right, well, I wait when we can learn more about this from this guy, but what about the stores is a separate thing?
There's a little door in the wall here. I think it leads outside. It's locked, though.
Okay. I guess the only way outside is just turning around, but first, what does this guy have to say? Must be just been sitting there the entire time.
Let me guess, you don't work here, do you? I wonder if that makes you the first tourist I've seen today.
You're incorrect, detective. I am no mere tourist.
How did you know I was a detective? Was it my stylish trench coat? My sensitive, inquisitive manner?
It was the clueless expression on your face.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's the one.
Right. That's it. You've done it now. What's your name?
I go by Folder. Agent Folder. What are you doing?
Oh, I see. His name literally was Folder for that reason. I get the feeling that this one would be the most appropriate in this scenario.
I'm writing bad things about you in my notebook.
And of course there's no follow-up to that either. Okay, well, to get all the information, I'm sure this guy has lots to share.
So, if you're not a tourist, and you don't work here...
I am a scholar, an academic. I'm here to research the past and uncover the future.
So, you're visiting the museum. For fun.
Fun! Oh, there's nothing so simple as fun to be had here. I come to this museum night and day to study its secrets.
Ah, what kind of secrets? It's just a museum about Boggy, right? The swamp creature.
He's one of the most intriguing modern examples of cryptozoology. A fascinating combination of scientific fact and wild speculation.
I'm with you on the speculation front. Although, come to think of it, people have been hinting that I should find out about the history of this creature.
A wise suggestion. And you've come to the right person. My knowledge far exceeds anyone else you might have met so far.
So, you'll help me?
I suppose I could divulge some of my findings with you, if you're in the mood for a little light reading. Let me find it for you. Oh yeah, this'll do. Something for beginners at least.
Alright then. Boggy's swamp became a protected area after reports of hunting in the area. Appearance changed from the original sketches in which he has 3 claws for each arm. Modern character has simple fin-like arms instead to make him less threatening. I guess that's where the other gloves would have come from. No footprints were recorded in the journal, but some experts believe that information is out there somewhere. So the footprint information didn't come from the journal. And that's the hands, not the feet. You know, I get the feeling that a museum like this, specifically, would probably not be the best place to learn about something in an even pseudo-academic fashion, but I mean, depending on where you look, I mean, if you were to consider something seriously academic, that would still not exempt it from being a joke, but...
So, Mr. Folder.
Agent Folder.
Yeah, were you here yesterday? What were you doing last night?
I was here, in the museum, going through my files one final time before disappearing into the night.
Don't museums usually close in the evenings?
They do. I've never been one to worry about other people's schedules. I come and go as I please. There's a key to every lock, Detective.
Oh, so you have the key to the museum?
Of course I don't. Why would you think that?
Well,
Once again, that clueless expression. I use a lockpick and get in through the small side door. I have a right to be here, you see. Remington has no business locking me out, so I don't let him.
You just admitted to breaking the law. If everyone did that, my job would be a lot easier.
It's not my best lockpick. This new one's cheap. I used to own one, a superior model. Unfortunately, I misplaced it in one of the darker corners of the swamp, so
I'm writing down your confession about sneaking around here at night.
And what are you gonna do? Report me to Remington? Good luck, my friend.
I need to pick my questions carefully.
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds like a good thing to say after someone's just been died. Just been died, yes, I know what I'm saying. I am just as good at speaking as all the characters in this, anyway. Well, we just heard about the lockpick that got lost. I'm pretty sure that's one that we would have found earlier. The lockpick I found near the office, the gift shop, the treehouse. Which one would be the office? Oh, the body too. I mean, the body itself isn't there anymore, but... Might Belong was definitely there, has been there for years. I guess Might Belong. I guess we don't want to commit with a severance there yet.
The lockpick I found near Remington's body might belong to Agent Folder. As far as I know, Agent Folder is experienced with lockpicks. I wonder if he's hiding something.
I wonder. You know, I was going through some old, like, CD cases that I had, because I was trying to, I was specifically looking for a copy of Phantasmagoria that I got some years back. And apparently that game can be made to run in ScumVM, so I was just, like, ripping the CDs and making virtual images of them. But in one of those cases I found, like, an old lockpick that I made when I was, like, I don't know, 12 or something like that. It was just, like, a broken part of a pen and some bobby pins, and didn't really get a lot of use out of it, but I remember it actually working on some of the doors on my, well, in the first place that I lived. Where I don't live anymore. Maybe I could try it again now. What are we doing? I guess we can just go directly to the challenge, or show him this. I wonder what he's gonna say to this.
Something you found on the floor? Come back when I'm not so busy, alright?
I mean, I would say that's very relevant. Didn't just find it on the floor, I think we found it on the, like in the swamp water itself. Sure, that was it. What have we talked to him about, the monster costume parts?
The real swamp creature had claws. 3 on each hand, to be precise. But why does the costume just have these pathetic fins instead?
What about the flippers?
Guesswork. Nobody can know what Boggy's feet look like. It's his greatest secret.
That's the thing you focus on. I mean, that's not very surprising in certain contexts, but still. Have you seen this?
Actually, this is a classic example of a cryptid photograph.
What's a cryptid?
A creature unknown to science. Look at the slight blurring in this photo, the murky exposure. It's perfect.
It's perfect because it can't really be used as evidence?
Now you're catching on.
Well, have you seen the Flatwoods monster sketches? Like, I'm pretty sure that story was from before photography was either a thing altogether or commonplace, but yeah. I guess we can just go straight into the challenge. I don't know if we're really gonna get anything out of presenting stuff now.
I have a bone to pick with you.
Are you setting yourself up for a joke? Something about a lockpick?
Maybe. Who knows? Stop distracting me. I'm trying to interrogate you.
My apologies, go ahead.
So, what are we showing Folder now?
But we have to show him. Well, I mean, we could have shown him this before, and we did show him this before, but he just didn't want to respond.
Where did I find this again?
Why are we questioning ourselves? Is our memory that terrible? We found it outside the office.
I found a lockpick at the scene of the crime.
Oh, apparently you did. Why does this concern me?
Well, he admitted to losing a lockpick here, in the general vicinity, so...
You already admitted to owning one of these, and how you're ever so happy to come and go as you please with it, am I right? Be honest.
Luckily for me, Detective, I was honest with you. I believe I have already explained that second lockpick before you even found it.
That second lockpick... I mean, he said... I don't think so. Except, unless he's just admitting to what we're implying here, which doesn't help him.
You lost your lockpick in the swamp and had to buy a new one.
That's right. I appreciate you finding it for me. However, I won't ask for it back. Apparently it has since become some diabolical instrument in the art of murder.
Yeah, it's an important piece of evidence.
I mean, that didn't really change much, did it? Well, now what? We present it again? Apparently it's not gonna change anything if we do it now, even if we already had that conversation. I would say that's kind of weird. Well, how if we go a little bit farther, like We were never actually shown the film footage from the video camera, were we?
You're wasting your precious time, Detective.
What about a profile? Do you know any of the other people around here? You know, I'm still not sure, like, exactly what these numbers mean. The gold stuff, the red stuff. I guess I know what the lock thing means now, but doesn't actually have a face on it, but... not quite sure what the other stuff means, to be honest.
Are you asking about the cartoon character? Because I have no interest in such childish matters.
No, I think I'm asking about the actual creature. What's the difference anyway?
Everything!
Okay, but no follow-up. Does he have any comments on the journal?
An important piece of the puzzle. This journal is a key to unlocking the history of this place.
Anything to say about any of the other people? What about Remington, who he apparently also dealt with?
The man was a fool. That's all you need to know.
What about himself?
If I cared about that person, I would know everything I need to know already.
Okay. I get a feeling that that's the generic response he's also gonna have about the others, so... maybe we just back out for now. We got other places to look at anyhow. What if we go this way now? Where are we at the moment? We're in the woods. I suppose we're on our way to circle back around, eventually to where the crossroads was, near the beginning.
This staircase is a tree. And this tree is a staircase.
I don't think the staircase is part of the tree, but okay.
And this place is so weird.
Can we go up?
This staircase and
Guess there must not be any writing on the sign if we don't comment on it at all.
what's this?
I guess the bubbles in the swamp are important.
Like the stuff in the water has been moved around recently. Maybe if I reposition them, I'll find a clue.
I mean, how would we know what their positions were before? This... that... I guess this kind of fits there, and this... I guess maybe we have to figure out what fits. Oh, I think I see what I'm supposed to look at, actually. Like this... yeah. The leaf itself, I guess, the part on the bottom isn't actually wood or anything, it's like... actual markings left on the footprints, but... is that it?
It's the same as the one found at the crime scene.
I wasn't sure if there was gonna be anything else to click on after that. That's the same stuff under the crime scene, so somebody stood with those feet or flippers or whatever it was in that spot as well. Can we climb up the tree? We can climb up the tree or go the other way, I guess. Maybe this one to go back to the one circle around. It depends on what's up here.
I wouldn't be using this old rope bridge if I had a choice. I've seen the movies, I know what happens.
You've seen Indiana Jones too, I guess, where you just get faked out on the bridge being sturdy.
It feels like I've stepped into nighttime. What happened to the sun?
I mean, is the sun still around? Despite the trees, if it wasn't around before, then why would it be less present higher up, is what I would wonder.
It feels like I've seen...
The rope bridge? Well, can we actually step from the rope bridge over into this place?
Someone please tell me why there's a house here. Well, the lights are on. Maybe somebody's home.
Lights are on and the chimney's smoking, so...
Well, it feels like...
I wonder if we have any other things to comment on about the house, but... I guess not. I'll just go in.
The latch is broken on this door.
Or try to.
Seems I can fix it with those 3 cogs if I just put them in the right place. Once they're on the right pins, I can move the handle at the bottom to try and open the door.
What if I just test it? Okay. So they all need to... maybe not link together with each other, but link to the thing on the top. Let's see. Apparently it doesn't connect to anything. What if I put it here? Okay, that connects. I get the feeling that it's gonna have to connect like that. So do I just put one here and that's it?
Perfect. I am amazing.
Yeah, this have been pretty easy so far though. Not anything out of this world. Oh boy, a character, I guess. What if we ignore the character though and just look around for now?
The owner of this house seems to enjoy reading, though I'm not sure what else there is to do up here actually.
You could spy the I don't know. Spy whatever lives down in the swamp that can't fly up there, which probably wouldn't include a lot of the bugs.
Check out that sunlight beaming through the window. It's so bright I should have brought my sunglasses. This is like an oven? Or is it just a boiler? It's so old-fashioned it hurts my brain.
An oven or a boiler? I mean, what would it be boiling if it were boiling something?
This is like
a teapot on top of the boiler? Wouldn't that technically qualify any oven as a boiler as well, because it could be used to boil water? This terminology is, well...
The tree comes straight through the middle of the house. It even has little drawers carved into it. Okay, even I'll admit, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that seems practical. I mean... Is that the middle of the house? Like, how wide is a tree trunk when it comes up through the middle like that, really? How much of an obstruction is it at that point?
The tree comes... It even has... Okay, even I'll admit.
What about the yarns here?
There's a whole load of needles and wool on that shelf. Or should I say yarn? I just don't know anymore.
I feel like wool and yarn aren't mutually exclusive terms, at least.
A little blanket on a little bed in a little house. It makes very little sense.
I mean, we can see very clearly why all this stuff would be here, but we're just avoiding the obvious.
I'm indoors. What a treat.
I mean, is there anything else to look at besides...
There's a book on the table. I think it's a book about flowers.
Besides the actual obvious now.
Fascinating. I must take some time to read it.
Well, will we? I don't even know if that really will be an option, but... Well, let's actually go now.
You just walked straight into my house, did you?
Well... We did have to climb up the weird stair thing and go through the rope bridge as well, too.
Not exactly. I had to climb up here first.
Normally, I have methods for dealing with unwanted attention, but I can make exceptions for harmless idiots.
Do you get any attention up here?
Most of the time, people like to leave me alone. But I don't think you're going to, are you?
No. I could make an excuse and say it's my job to ask you about last night, but to be honest, I climbed all the way up here and I just like being indoors.
Well, if you insist on staying, I'll tell you. I'm Lady Weybridge, and I think you might be climbing up the wrong trees.
I'm Detective Grimoire, and I think I might agree with you.
And I don't think that's usually how that idiom is begun, but okay. Now, what do you do at this point in your life?
What do you do here? Did you work for Richard Remington?
I was living here before that man was even born. And I have absolutely nothing to do with him, or his little tourist attraction.
You're exaggerating. How long have you been here? Just in this treehouse? What do you do up here?
I've been here longer than anyone. Even longer than, well, anyone.
I like numbers.
60 years, something like that.
What have you been doing for that time? If you don't mind me asking.
I have many reasons to be here, but I won't bore you with all the details of my life.
I'm sure there's one detail worth writing down.
I like to study the plants and flowers in this area. I've learned many things from them.
Now, what about this little chemistry set you've got on your table?
I wouldn't call it a chemistry set, but if you bring me an object that has liquid on it, or inside it, I'll tell you what that liquid consists of.
Wow, how do you do that?
Chemistry.
But it's not a chemistry set. Also, 60 years would also happen to be the time span that I guess the creature was originally sighted in, so... Contains information about all the flowers in the swamp and where they grow. Green and red species only grow around the side door of the museum and can't be found anywhere else. They only grow in that one position. Wonder if that's gonna be related to how the museum building was moved. But out of all the places for like a very specific kind of thing to be, that seems just very suspect, but let's see.
Your job is to ask me about what happened last night.
Do you even know what happened last night?
I know more than you might imagine.
Oh, that sounds useful. Can you tell me? What were you doing?
I was here, in my house, by myself.
Mm-hmm. What else?
That's it.
Thanks. Just give me a minute to write all this down.
I mean, that might be an interesting or important thing to note, depending on what we see later. Do you have anything to say about any of the other people who are around here, though?
I have nothing good to say about that man, so I won't say anything at all.
What about the real monster, the fake monster?
Show it to someone who doesn't live in a tree.
Does that mean that the monster never actually climbed up into the trees?
I'm not even sure who that is.
I get the feeling that she's gonna say the same thing about everybody else, except maybe this one.
Fascinating old woman who lives in a wonderful treehouse. I heard she wasn't so keen on visitors, though.
Shall we present a clue? Will she have anything to say about... Hey, I guess this stuff was stuff that was found in... I thought this thing was something that was found in the water, but I didn't think these things were.
Let's see.
Well,
First thing we do is put the sample of liquid into the cauldron, then tap the faucet.
okay. Okay, just take it from there.
And now, we just have to match the color of that liquid with these ingredients.
So what do we do? Do we take sample from something else and put it in and see what happens? Okay, so I'm blue.
Grimoire, you're good at colors.
That's not it. That's not it.
That's not right.
I mean, we have to
Grimoire.
test everything. Can't really tell like which of these is gonna return the same color, but oh, hold on.
Come on.
Do I have to actually mix them? That's not the impression that I got. Okay, well, if you want to get green, to mix blue and yellow, I think.
Got it. Now I know what that liquid consists of. I'll write it down in my notes.
Of blueberries and yellow flowers? Okay. Can we present the other thing as well?
Let's see.
I didn't think that there was any liquid on the gloves since we
First
find them in
thing we
the...
do, then
We found them in the display in the museum, didn't we? Oh, so it's the same thing too.
and now we just
So it's the same thing here as well.
got it. Now I know what that liquid consists of. I'll write it down in my notes. That looks pretty similar to last time.
Well, what does it mean though? Can we look at it outside of the conversation? What's the update anyway? I mean, we apparently don't have any new writing here about the liquid itself. And the other thing that we found, this slime is a mixture of sugar, green food coloring, carbonated water. Really? That's the conclusion that we came to. Even though it doesn't say that on these gloves, which apparently have the same fluid on them. Alright. I don't know that we're gonna be able to get more out of her. I guess we could try. Showing her more stuff.
No, thank you.
Okay. The flower book?
They're samples of flowers that grow in this area. 2 of them you don't see very much anymore. And 1 of them only grows around the museum.
Does she really not have anything more to say about the monster, though?
This is a 60-year-old journal. It was on display in a museum.
I know what it is.
I thought you might.
But we're not gonna follow that up with anything. We can't present it again. Film footage.
If you bring me something with liquid on it, I might be able to help you.
Alright, I guess we're probably not gonna get anything more out of this unless we actually bring more liquid. Well, let's go in a different direction. I don't know which way we came from. I hope it wasn't this one. Apparently it wasn't this one. Just like at a hilltop now. I guess we kind of are circling around, but I didn't expect to have to go up on a rope bridge to do that. Alright, let's see. Well, we got a cafe and a waste bin next to it. This seems kind of familiar.
A shipwreck? In a swamp? Does that make any sense?
I don't know, have you heard of the Salton Sea?
And why is there a cafe growing out of the side?
Why indeed.
Grass, trees, nothing unusual.
Literally in the middle of the swamp, nothing unusual.
There's a wooden path built right into the shipwreck. The rope bridge leads up through those trees. Do they expect tourists to climb up there? It looks dangerous.
Well, I guess that's where we came from just now, so...
A shipwreck? And why is there a... Grass, tree...
Is there anything else to note here?
Water everywhere, and not a drop to drink. Seriously, I'm not drinking that. The tables and chairs are made out of parts of a ship, I think. Never really learned much about ships.
I mean, does a spool and barrels really have to be part of a ship specifically?
Predictably, a trash can. And I just can't resist taking a look inside. The glamorous life of a detective. My favorite part of the job. Maybe there's something underneath the trash in here.
Well, let's see. We got orange. We got orange even though it's green. And orange even though it's blue. I wonder if what the thing with the actual orange sticker label on it is blue-orange.
Hello, what's this? Just a piece of paper? Or something more sinister?
Also, Armageddon, My Revenge. I wonder what's up with that. That's probably kind of a reference if I had to guess, but... Designs for a body costume. What's going on around here? I mean, those things do look like they match the custom parts that we found so far.
Are we really talking about a swamp creature here?
Let's see. I'm guessing the custom design I found in the trash can explain something. Can explains what. Or maybe not. Looks like ever existed. Was hidden inside. No, what are we supposed to be doing here? And also we got the reference to the Flash game as well, even though I get the feeling that's not really gonna relate to anything ever. Just there for fluff. Not with me. The photo? Found in my office, that was hidden inside. Brought with me. Disproves that the custom design. Disproves that the creature ever existed, I guess.
The costume design I brought with me disproves what the swamp creature ever existed. I'm losing my mind here.
I mean, I didn't bring it with me, but I also... I found it in the trash can explains what it... I feel like disproves needs to be in there in order for it to relate to this, but...
The costume design I found in the trash can explains what the swamp creature ever existed. What is that supposed to mean?
I mean, it's also phrased really weird on the left side. The phrase is on this side. I was hidden inside. The black and white photo. Explains what someone was doing last night. I don't think that makes sense. Smells like, I don't think that makes sense either. And there's no characters to relate to that, so I don't think that was doing last night is something that has to be something on the second half here. Can we put it down here? No, they will just snap to their predetermined place. I get the feeling that might not be the statement, even though I feel like that has to be the one that's that relates most directly to what we just found, but I'm in my office, hid inside, brought with me the black and white photo, the costume. I mean, we don't have the costume parts as part of the things that we can bring up here, so the photo. This proves that what the creature ever existed. I feel like it needs to be something like this, but it doesn't really make sense. What?
Burrow's black and white photo I brought with me disproves what the swamp creature ever existed. Oh, that doesn't make sense, does it?
And it actually would...
Did the real creature show up last night?
Did it show up last night? Well, hold on. I guess we're gonna have to scrub a bit more here to do this the proper way, because I'm not sure I'm understanding the logic too much. Let's see. So I feel like in order to At least how the statement relate to this one, it would have to end with that, not what, but what, something. I guess they got 3 statements that end with what, so what would what actually relate to? I can maybe use that. This proves what something was doing last night, explains what something was doing last night. He's showing me... Oh, maybe it's this, actually. That would make more sense. That actually, yeah, would kind of make sense.
The costume design I found in the trash can explains what Burrow's black and white photo is showing me. My detective's intuition is kicking in. That black and white photograph, I'm not sure I'm looking at the real Boggy here, and I think these designs I found in the trash can might be the answer. I'll ask around, see if anybody knows anything about this. Oh, and I should start looking for the costume itself. If I can find that, there'll be some pretty impressive evidence.
Ooh. And chapter 2, even though I guess we probably could have avoided that. So does that mean that after we went to the crime scene we could have like gone straight to the, well, if we already had the photo. I wonder if that means we could have gone straight to the trash can and prompted this scene change.
Something for you.
Another gift already. Where are you keeping all this stuff? You don't even have pockets in that dress.
I don't need a pocket to carry a key.
What key?
I don't know. You could try it on any door you like. Although, I recommend you try it on that office door.
Remington's office?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's probably the only office door we've seen so far, except for maybe the back door to the museum, but I guess we just got handed another clue. Maybe, even though it's not showing up on our clue list there. Well, we've apparently prompted a chapter change here, and we haven't even talked to this guy yet.
A shipwreck? And what? Predictably, the glamorous...
I can't resist looking inside, even though we've done this already, I guess. We can just do this again, even though we've already cleared that out.
Grass, tree...
Well, let's just do it. Seems we don't really have anything more left to look at now.
Ah, yes. I heard they were sending somebody over. So you're Detective Grimoire.
At your service. Well, kind of. You're a suspect, too.
Of course, of course. Feel free to be as suspicious as you like. I won't be offended. You can call me Harper.
How did you know my name?
I can only assume I must have read about one of your many exploits. But I think you'll find the swamp to be your greatest challenge.
So challenging about an old swamp or the murder case? I mean, it would be my second challenge ever. It seems to be a little bit less obtuse than the previous one so far, even though the Flash game was just like really straightforward.
What's so challenging about an old swamp?
The swamp itself has a history that has captured many imaginations, for better or for worse. My advice to you, look to the past. It could be the way forward.
I'm supposed to look to the past, right?
Well, at least all the clues that I see right now seem to be directly linked to this game and not the previous one. Look to the past, I think. I mean, Lady Weybridge would be the one that's been around the longest, I think. Was living in the swamp when creature was discovered by the explorer. Yeah, I mean, I felt like we should have been able to bring that up before doing a kind of logic connection like this, but yeah, that's the only thing that really makes sense there.
Lady Weybridge was living in the swamp when the swamp creature was discovered by the explorers 60 years ago. Lady Weybridge. She was living here when Boggy was first discovered by the explorer.
And now we have a challenge, even though we just got that from talking to this guy once, didn't we? Even though we got a few other topics. Okay, we got more than 2 topics to cover with one character for the first time ever.
So, you sit in this boat all day and sell food to people? To tourists, I guess?
Not just the tourists, but the employees too. To anyone who is hungry or thirsty. I know everyone's favorite foods.
What are they? Oh, and is this a real shipwreck? How did it get here?
I can't expose all the secrets of the swamp. I don't want to spoil your fun.
Is there a secret to this shipwreck?
No.
You just spoiled my fun.
You'll find out there are some secrets worth keeping when you've worked here as long as I have.
Well, how long is that?
I've worked in the swamp almost as long as Mr. Remington. We knew each other for a long time.
Really? So what was his favorite food?
Mr. Remington enjoyed a specialty only I can make. The bog dog. He ate one nearly every day. A real creature of habit, that one.
It looks like a hot dog.
It's similar, but I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I'm not serving them today.
Why not?
Yesterday I found this strange green powder in my entire supply.
Guess I'm out of luck today. Well, thanks for the information. You've been a real big help.
Wait, take this with you. If you get thirsty, it's the most popular drink in Boggy's Bog. Swamp juice. Try it.
It looks like... Well, I'll try some later on.
You're in luck. That's my last bottle. A lot of swamp juice has been disappearing from my stock recently. I can only assume I must have been selling them all.
Did something strange happen at the cafe yesterday?
But sure, you don't have to assume what you are and aren't selling from your supply if you keep, like, regular inventory, but... I mean, swamp juice, I've had some, like, aloe vera-based drinks that actually kind of look like swamp goop, but they don't taste bad. But I'm also guessing that this is like the slime stuff that we were able to find on a couple of the items so far, but how we're supposed to ascertain it this time. Left the cafe feeling ill. Oh yeah, we saw the freaking bog dog, but I guess the green powdery stuff is not supposed to be there, but the green line of slimy stuff is supposed to be there. Or is that like wasabi or something, I wonder. And yeah, that guy left the cafe feeling ill, and this guy testified to that. We saw that. And I guess this happened though.
Richard Remington left the cafe feeling ill after Hopper sold him a bog dog. Hopper is basically in charge of all the food and drink here in Boggy's Bog. I'll have to ask him about this.
I wonder if there's gonna be multiple challenges given how like quickly we got through these, but well, might as well go through the other topics before we head into that.
You're going to ask me about what I was doing last night.
I was going to? Were you going to tell me anything?
I was working here at the cafe in the evening, and I had a couple customers. Eventually they all left and I locked up and went home.
Do you lock away everything at night?
Not everything, just the storeroom over there.
You mean that little door on the side of the ship? Is there anything else to lock?
I leave the chairs, tables, and trash can where they are. Lifting things like that is not a job for an old man.
Don't you have anyone to help you?
Mr. Remington liked to keep us down to his skeleton staff. There simply aren't many people who would choose to work in a place like this.
A skeleton staff? Well, that's convenient for him since...
Don't make that joke. I won't laugh.
I don't think that we would have been much of a joke either, unless you were just like, yeah, time to be edgy for a minute.
Someone made a costume to look like the creature. They must have known it would get a reaction for sure. But I wonder if they planned things to go this far.
When you're finished theorizing, I was going to show you these sketches I found in the trash can right next to your cafe.
It does seem like someone was designing a costume. A disguise, perhaps.
I don't know.
Try to think why somebody would do such a thing.
I don't know.
What could they achieve with it?
I don't know.
Not yet.
Not yet, but I'm gonna hint that and not follow up with anything, even though talking to a detective. Well, let's do the challenge. Maybe then he'll actually have something useful to say.
I was told Remington left the cafe looking ill last night. Since you seem to be completely in charge of all the food and drink around here, I'm afraid this is something I can't ignore.
He was an old man. His health wasn't perfect. But I'm not arguing with you. I think it is suspicious. What do you think caused it?
What do I think caused it?
Well, could it have been the thing that color that matches the stuff that wasn't supposed to be on the...
A bog dog he ate at the cafe gave him food poisoning.
I keep all my food locked in the storeroom when I'm not here. You think he was poisoned?
I think he was poisoned.
Poisoned by me?
I don't know if we had proof. We left food cigarettes at the storeroom, or maybe it was broken into with a lockpick. I guess it could have been the lockpick, but... I guess if someone like broke into the stores and with the lockpick, and also we got like the swamp juice, that would maybe explain how it got on the lockpick itself. I guess we're going with that.
The storeroom was broken into with a lockpick.
A lockpick? I've never encountered a problem like this before. But since last night, am I in a position to doubt a claim like that?
Somebody knew that Remington would eat a bog dog. He ate one every day, right?
Do you suppose this explains the missing bottles of swamp juice as well?
I guess brings it into the challenge. I wonder if this guy knows about any of the other people who are around here, like, what if we bring her up?
I don't know very much about them.
Okay. What about Remington? He talked about him before.
He was a friend for many years. If you have any questions about him or his belongings, I may be able to help you.
I mean, do we have any belongings of his now? I guess we can talk about the food that I guess we found out about.
It's the most popular drink that I sell. In fact, a lot of it has disappeared from my stocks recently.
What about the bog dog?
It is Mr. Remington's favorite food. That strange green powder isn't supposed to be there.
I guess we kind of took a guess as to what the green powder was supposed to be when we did the deduction, the challenge thing a minute ago. What about the creature?
Your prime suspect, am I correct?
Well, technically, but I'm not even sure he's real.
Don't worry about that. Real or not, the creature's the most important part of this mystery.
Which one? The cartoon character or the real creature?
Exactly.
I see. Just gonna give you that answer. Well, yeah, I get the feeling we're not really gonna find out much more than that. Oh, and we got the swamp juice entry just now. The appearance of strange liquid slime, a lot of swamp juices disappeared from his stock recently. And also this unknown green powder. Well, let's might as well finish going all the way around here. There's only one place that we've been missing that I think we can get into right now, unless we actually accept that we can now get into the office. Oh, hey.
It's a humble gift shop wagon. Let's take a look.
What is in the... Oh, we're actually gonna zoom in. Just examine everything.
Bonky dolls, bonky toys, bonky postcards. Yeah, this stuff isn't half bad.
And yet there's something pretty suspicious. I can already see it, but let's delay our noticing that.
A Boggy's Bog mug. Maybe I'll get one and surprise Officer James for Christmas.
What about this thing? Is that...
Doll.
Okay, that's part of the thing. I guess all of the depictions of the creature have it with the feet hidden.
It's a framed drawing of Boggy. What a shame, it's not even signed.
And a map.
It's a map of the swamp. Mine seems a little older than this one, though.
And a picture of the entrance, I
It's a
guess.
photo of the swamp entrance. Or it could be a painting. There's really no way to tell, you know?
Well, not with that attitude.
Bonky doll. Bonky...
That's the same thing. What about the t-shirts?
Well, I wouldn't wear it. Maybe to sleep in. You know, not outside. Bonky doll.
What about the caps? I mean, it's quite obvious what we're supposed to notice there, but...
A Boggy's Bog mug. Maybe I'll get...
Is that one also a mug?
A Boggy's... Maybe I'll...
I guess there's no significant distinction between the ones on the left here and the one that actually has a drawing on it.
Brightly colored Boggy baseball caps. Is there something behind them?
Yeah, I guess we're not actually gonna be noticing that until we really dedicatedly click on it.
What on earth? This thing doesn't seem to belong here at all. It's some kind of roughly made costume head, I think. There's a strange piece of red fabric stuffed inside. 2 clues for the price of 1, I guess.
Well, did you pay for that? Was the person that was running the stall aware at all that this thing was here? Found hidden amongst the buggy hats in the gift shop. Has an unusual lighting with a red swirly pattern, and the red lining was a piece ripped from some curtains. Wait, what? I didn't figure that. That seems like it came out of nowhere, but okay. I guess there isn't really anything left to look at here.
Unless those trees are a clue. But I don't think so. They are, but...
What about the water? I mean, is there...
I'm not going to worry about how frail that wooden path looks. Nope.
Are there bubbles in the water to show that we can get something out of the water in this area as well, or...
They are, but...
I guess not. Well, let's talk to this person.
Sorry to interrupt. I can see that you're, hard at work.
You weren't here yesterday.
I guess not.
Oh, no, I only just arrived.
You're the detective, right?
I'm a detective.
So, that was your head I saw blowing through here.
You spotted it too.
If you're good at your job, you may have realized that it's kinda dead around here. So, I generally notice magical floating detective hats. Oh, and don't worry, you look better without it.
How do you know?
Oh, I have a good imagination.
Okay. That was smooth. Well, let's see. 2 generic topics, but also the buggy costume. I guess that must also be a generic topic if we can ask about that to everyone now. Well, let's get started here.
I didn't expect to see someone your age working in a place like this. But then again, I didn't expect there to be a place like this in a place like this.
I only started working here this year anyway. It's temporary. Just running the gift shop to earn a little extra money. Don't ask how I ended up here.
I'll save that question for a different day. You don't seem at home here, exactly.
I hate it. This place is disgusting.
Come on, you don't think it's kind of beautiful?
You would say that. You only just got here. You'll get sick of it.
If I wasn't here, I'd be stuck in my office doing paperwork.
At least at your office, you don't have to bring spare clothes every day. It's impossible to leave this place without being covered in dirt.
Challenge accepted.
I guess he's already covered in dirt. And does that imply that she has spare clothes constantly?
When you have a moment free from your busy schedule, I need to ask you about last night.
I know, but it won't help. I worked here during the day, then left my gift shop and went home in the evening. Same as every day.
You just leave your gift shop here when you go?
No, I put it in my pocket.
Yeah, seriously though, as much as I appreciate sarcasm, I think I'd get in trouble if I wrote something like that down in my notes.
Well look, you've noticed the gift shop has wheels and you're thinking, oh, she's pretty lazy to leave it lying around. But if you want to try pushing this thing through the swamp, be my guest. And I can't lock it up, so I just leave it here overnight. Nobody's ever stolen any of this lousy merchandise anyway. I even left my spare clothes here when I went home last night.
You left them here? By the gift shop?
Yeah, it's no big deal. They were all still here this morning. Kind of.
Kind of?
I think someone played a stupid joke, and my spare black leggings were covered in some disgusting swamp slime when I found them in the bag this morning. If you're going to take my clothes and mess them up, then just keep them. I don't want them back. You know what I mean?
I absolutely do.
Okay. I guess we just gotta bring even more pieces of the costume. I don't know if we have everything already, actually. So someone had to have known that she would do that. And also have known, I guess, if we assume that whoever dressed up as the monster was also whoever killed the guy, assuming that the guy was killed, had to have known, like, about all the habits of the people here, but... Well, let's talk about the costume, I guess. Those black leggings must have been a part of the costume based on what we saw.
I have a theory that the murderer was wearing a costume. A homemade outfit designed to look like the swamp creature.
I've never seen anything so ridiculous. You've never seen me in that.
I know it's not exactly the latest fashion, but...
No, you'd never see me in that. It would cover me up entirely.
That's the point of a disguise?
Look, detective. When you have legs like mine, you don't want to be wearing disguises.
Is that why you always wear those black leggings?
You've only just met me and you're making assumptions about what I always wear.
And making assumptions is the fun part of being a detective.
Well, you're right. I always wear these.
Okay. I guess I was wrong before. We're actually missing the chess piece. But it seems like it's, yeah. I guess there isn't a receptacle for it either. I wonder if the chess piece could actually be anything.
Try way better than that.
Can you show me?
There's no time. Maybe in the sequel.
Well, the sequel did actually exist. Guess we'll find out. Curtain piece. How do we know that's a curtain piece? That's what I would want to know right now.
I have no idea what that is.
What about this thing that was in your souvenirs cards?
That is not something from my gift shop. I've never seen it before.
Is there anything else here? Well, what about the black leggings? You already mentioned them.
They're mine, but I left them here last night. Now they're covered in slime, and I don't want to go near them.
Where did the buggy hat come from? Is that like things that were also in the gift shop after all?
These hats look pretty stupid. Luckily, kids seem to like stupid stuff.
You sell a lot of them?
Yeah, they're pretty popular.
Oh, okay. I was kind of wondering why we added those to the clue list in the first place, but I guess there must be a reason for that. And that's probably everything.
This was taken near the forest at the back of the swamp, correct?
Yes, I think so.
Mm-hmm. The water is really clear back there. The legs of this thing are reflected in the bottom half of the photo. It's a nice shot, actually.
A reflection? Oh, yeah, of course. A reflection in the water.
I guess we didn't know that yet. She's actually like been giving us more information. I'm doing all the interrogation stuff. Like showing her pieces of evidence, which is not something that I think a lot of other characters have been doing, so... But speaking of that, I guess, well, yeah, we can get into the office now, but what if before we do that, we go all the way back to the treehouse and... not do this, but talk to this person again? Oh yeah, I guess we also have like a new topic to bring up with everybody, which we should probably do.
I found these designs for a boggy costume. Do you know anything about them?
You're asking me because you can tell I'm experienced with needlecraft and sew my own clothes?
No, but that's a good reason. Let's go with that.
Well, these designs look like they should have stayed where they were.
In the trash?
On paper.
Oh, how come?
Whoever drew them didn't really know what they were doing.
You would have done it differently?
Of course. I am a seamstress. There was a time when I considered sewing my craft, my livelihood.
Really?
When Richard Remington arrived in the swamp years ago, I offered him some of my handmade fabric as a peace offering. I don't think he cared much for it. Most likely he threw it away. A pointless gift from some strange woman.
Alright. So her defense for not being the one who would have created those designs is that she says she could have done better. And she says that whoever did make them didn't know better. Well, let's just go straight to the challenge now. What's this going to give us?
Oh, really? Did you find anything?
Yeah. You.
You must be confused. You found me today, when you barged into my house. Remember?
Yeah. You were living in the swamp when the explorer visited. I guess we could not necessarily discount either of these right off the bat, but this is the only one that's like objective right now, I think.
You were already living in the swamp when the explorer came here 60 years ago.
The explorer? That man they talk about in the museum?
The one who originally discovered Boggy. You know who I'm talking about. His sketches and notes are the only real evidence we have for this creature.
You already have his journal. You learned to read, I assume. What else do you need?
Well, I don't know that we have any good reason to believe any of these things right now. I don't think that we've learned anything now that would lead us to make any of these assertions. I guess we can ask her. That's not really an assertion.
I need you to tell me if the journals are fake. Let's think about this one again.
So, okay. I mean, I guess we should think about that one again. Like, backing out. So how close do we even have that would... Oh yeah, there's like stuff here that would relate to the fluid test thing. We're gonna get like all the same results from the fluid test. It's all gonna be the same green stuff. Well, let's present these things to find out about that first, I guess.
And now...
And now it's gonna be the same thing.
Got it! Now I know what that liquid consists of. I'll write it down in my notes. Was that the same as last time?
So that thing did not happen last time, but that was also a cameo from something that we haven't had in a while. The same liquid for the first time, though. What about this one?
Let's see. First thing we do, then tap the...
And yep, it's green again.
Got it! Now I'll write it... What's going on here? That was definitely the same as the other tests.
I guess we just confirmed that all of them were covered in swamp juice for some reason. I guess that had to be the case for the costume. Even, I guess, the actual swamp slime would not have sufficed. Alright, hold on. Let's back out for a second and look at the clues, I guess. There's something in the journal that would suggest that she would have had anything to do with that. Recorded on the record of buggy existing contains notes and sketches. Let's try this again, even though I'm just not quite sure like what the other thing is supposed to be.
Did you?
Yeah.
When you bring...
You were here.
You were already living.
So those things are actually swapped around. What else you need? Indeed. I mean, why would she know this, or why would she have done this, is what I would think, but...
There's a page missing from the journal. I think you know where it is.
I guess we have reason to believe that.
Why on earth would I know something like that?
Because you were the only person here when the explorer visited the swamp. I have a suspicion that the swamp creature wasn't the only thing he discovered.
You're suggesting he gave me a page from the back of his journal? Or what, that I stole it?
I mean, there's no real reason to suggest that, I would say, because the page, I think, could have gone missing any time in the 60-year time span between then and now. I don't think that we've heard anything suggesting otherwise, but... We could just, like, kind of admit defeat there, or go with... stole it before he left the swamp, even though he would have left it here, apparently, the journal itself. I think she would have taken it from the museum, so do we just like go with the defeatist one?
I really have no idea. If I could see it, I might be able to make up my mind.
It doesn't belong in a museum. It belongs here, with me. You understand?
What if I promise I'll return it after I finish clearing up this mess?
Then... I'll show it to you.
Is this you? He drew you into his journal? It's beautiful.
60 years ago, yes. He left the page with me. We agreed the rest of the world would manage without it.
I think there's something on the back.
I mean, was there anything else on the page that would have made that significant? What are we doing just though? Rotating it like an actual model. And I think the texture just, yeah, it just swaps. Which rotated far enough, but not... But it's actually rotated far enough that you can't tell the two sides apart anymore. I mean, it kind of does if you do it on this side, but... No, it actually works the other way around on this side, because of the carelessness of that, but...
What's this?
Whatever.
Footprints.
And footprints, and I guess oh yeah, I guess that would be the significant thing. Why couldn't they have just used another page for this, with like every other page of the journal used up? footprints found outside the office were not made by the real buggy, according to that. Well, assuming that that would have ever been a consideration to begin with, would you? I guess that all of the prints that we've seen so far are a mismatch for this, and that's a significant part. I don't know that there's anything more that we need to worry about right now. Does she know this guy?
Show it to someone who doesn't live in a tree.
Do you know this person?
I'm not even sure who that is.
Know that guy?
You should ask someone else.
Well, we only got one left, so might as well.
Show it to someone who doesn't live in a tree.
Alright. I mean, I guess there's one other particular line of stuff that we could pursue right now, and that's actually trying to get into the office.
Although I have the key, this might not be as simple as I'd hoped. This door has 2 keyholes, so which key should I use in each one?
I mean, weren't we only given one key? I guess use this one there and use that one here. Let's see ones that match the shapes. What is going on in this place? Why is there a weird 3-pronged trident poker thing back here?
It's a sharp metal poker for a fireplace, hidden in the shadows.
Do those usually have like prongs, like a friggin' trident?
Something about those 3 prongs. I feel like I just stumbled across an incredibly important piece of evidence.
Oh yeah, that is pretty convenient, and this thing also has green slime. There's a small amount of dried blood on the tips of the prongs, we can tell just by looking at it, I guess. And yeah, probably used a murder weapon.
Hunting memorabilia. Claws, teeth. It would be an impressive collection if it wasn't so disturbing. Hunting memorabilia. It would...
Well, what about the other fucking trophies back here?
These animals. They're all... They're not... I don't recognize any of them.
Wouldn't that just be like a cow or a bull back here, and I don't know, some kind of a cat there, and I guess that's supposed to be more like a griffin. Some shit like that. Isn't that just a lion, though?
This is the creepiest office I've ever been in. Ever.
But I guess the implication there is that he was, like, supposed to be some kind of collector, hunter of cryptids, like the fucking... the political people in the Pirates and Adventures with Scientists movie would like to, like, eat rare animals.
An old hunting rifle, discarded carelessly near the window. This isn't the kind of thing I can ignore.
But he ignored the mounted gun that was along with the office, the other, like, mounted heads on the office. Old-fashioned hunting rifle. I mean, is it real?
Something happened here. There are signs of a struggle between the desk and the window.
Oh hey, and I guess that would be the curtains that...
The open window looks over the wooden planks outside.
the piece of rag, like, inside the mask came from.
Oh, and on one side, a part of the curtain has been ripped off.
I don't actually notice that pattern or remember that pattern.
This is the creepy...
What about the fireplace?
This is the creepy...
Nothing?
Photos and paintings line the wall above the fireplace, but one of the frames is empty. Wait a second. What are these pieces on the floor underneath it? This photo is ripped, but it looks important. If I can piece it together again, maybe it'll reveal a secret.
Well, how nice if I ever ripped it up to just leave it in this, this kind of pattern. This, these conveniently rearrangeable pieces right under where the frame was. This is a classic kind of puzzle you would see in shit like Black Mirror. And just a bunch of different adventure games that have this mechanic, but... There he is, question mark. God, what? Well, there you go. It's not quite aligned on this side, but...
It's a young Remington, and some other men I don't know. They're all holding rifles. Maybe I can ask Harper about it.
First Order of Cryptozoological Hunters, Headquarters 1963. Is it actually dated on like black or something? I guess maybe something that was on the frame. And yeah, there's that guy in the middle. I guess we don't know if any of the other people depicted in this photograph would be people that are people that we've met in the swamp elsewhere. Hmm. It's historical evidence. The hunting photo is historical evidence that he belonged to a secret society. Was a ghost, I guess.
The hunting photo is historical evidence that Richard Remington belonged to a secret society. I'm getting a strong feeling that Remington might be the bad guy in this story. If he wasn't already dead, I would have loved to ask him a couple of questions. I should ask around, see if I can gather any information about his motives for being here.
Richard Remington's Real Reasons, Chapter 3. Oh boy. Might be closing in on that conclusion here based on the very clearly visible percentage symbol on the top left, but also just everything that's being laid out now. What about this?
Remington's desk is covered in drawings and maps and notes. It's all about Boggy. He was obsessed. An ink bottle was spilled into his work. I'm sure he didn't do that on purpose. Yeesh, it's a bit of a mess. Perhaps there's something underneath those drawings.
I mean, there's something carved on the table itself, I guess.
Remington was writing. Before something caused him to spill his ink bottle. My dear fellow, I received your note 2 weeks ago.
There it is, again.
But I've only recently found the time to do the appropriate research on the matter. I feel like my time in this awful swamp might finally come to a close. All due to the simple realization, the rest is obscured. What a tease.
I mean, that kind of thing would be either very obnoxious or very surprising. Or
my dear,
we just read about that again, but
it's been annotated in a few places.
Can't see the map very clearly, though. We didn't really remove everything. I guess now we ought to do that.
It's a note addressed to Richard Remington. The handwriting is immaculate. Richard, our man of the world. A little help is in order. We're worried that the efforts regarding our elusive little friend might be in vain. Send word when you can. The letter is signed FF. And attached is a blurry little picture. It's some kind of metallic insect. The whole thing is a mystery. I have no idea.
Really? FF, and I actually got an achievement right when that happens. I guess this thing?
The hand Richard. And it's
got an achievement when that occurred called Mystery for Tomorrow, I guess. And I say I guess even though I can tell immediately that that's what it says. It's just a tick, but anyway. There's also this far more noticeable thing.
Vincent Vanderpeer's business card. There's a couple of numbers scribbled on the back.
Well, what are they? Do we know?
There's a map of the swamp lying on the desk. It's been...
Okay, so it's the same thing, but I mean, can't move the rest of this stuff.
It's where send word the letter and it's some
FF. Wonder if that's gonna be addressed now, or if it's gonna be something a little bit different. Okay, so there's this. I guess that's annotated, even though we can't move like the rest of this stuff out of the way, so we can't get a better view of the map itself. Well, where would that be? If we back out of this. That would be the cafe. Might be worth going to speak with the suspects again, yeah. We haven't had any kind of talk with these guys since the beginning, so I guess we'll go over that again. Do we have any other topics? We do. We have a new general topic now.
I found these designs for a costume. A Boggy costume.
Aha, the legendary swamp creature.
Yeah, that's the one.
But these are just a child's drawings, are they not?
You think?
Perhaps. It's difficult to tell.
I guess that's all he had to say about that. What about this man's? He did see him.
You saw Remington last night, but had you met him before? Did you know him?
I've never really spoken with him, but we've come into contact a few times. Vincent likes to handle that kind of work, and I like to let him.
What do you think of this place? The tourist attraction, I mean.
I can't say I like the idea of a natural area like this becoming commercialized.
I know! I just can't understand why anyone would even try.
I think Mr. Remington had his reasons. He looked like a man with a couple of secrets.
Like what?
I have no idea. If I knew, they wouldn't be secrets.
Does it mean that you would just tell everyone about them? Did we get any new clues that I didn't notice right away? We got the photo. And the poker. And the rifle, but something that I kind of expected to get was a business card thing that of this guy that we found on the desk, but I guess we didn't get that.
What can you tell me about these designs for a boggy costume?
Nothing whatsoever.
You're sure you didn't see anything like this while you were filming yesterday? Wait, hold on a minute. What if
Don't you dare ask.
This costume isn't your doing, is it? Made for your movie, I mean?
My friend, there will be no costumed idiots within the viewfinder of my camera. I can assure you that.
What about your boggy movie? Isn't that gonna be, like, a guy in a costume, or a puppet, or one of those weird robot things?
Technology has been kind to people like me. We no longer have any need for such tomfoolery. I can create a perfectly believable swamp creature within the confines of a computer. Much cheaper, too.
Huh.
Is it really? I guess it depends on how far you want to go. Sure, I can believe that.
I suppose you've met with our murder victim, Richard Remington.
Yes, I've been in and out of this place for a while now. Naturally, I've crossed paths with Remington a number of times. Good value, that one. A real raconteur, you know.
You liked him? So far, I'm getting the impression he wasn't the most popular guy around here.
Well, that much is clear, isn't it? The man obviously slipped up somewhere, made an enemy or two, and bam, that's that. You just can't be too careful, can you?
Yeah, I think he did have an enemy or two. Or three. But you liked him.
I respected him. Good head on his shoulders. Good business sense, that man. He understood how to make things work for him.
I see. Looks like I'm done talking to him. Alright. This guy too, if I had to imagine. Yeah. I mean, I do notice too, or did notice too, that we have like one empty space for the character up on the right here. Wonder if that would be the guy at the beginning.
Try and solve every suspect's challenge topic. If you're struggling, don't forget to present profiles and clues to people who might be interested. Oh, and hurry up. It's cold in this boat.
I guess that was not him, no. Well, it was worth a look, I would think. Let's go to the cafe, I guess, which is where I was going to go just a moment ago. I feel like we weren't done talking to this guy. We haven't talked to him about this topic yet.
You said you knew Remington?
He and I knew each other for a long time. I came to work at his tourist attraction in the early days, when he needed help.
Well, what kept you here?
I know most people wouldn't want to work in a place like this. I actually like it here, so I was happy to oblige.
You might like it, but I still don't see why anyone would build a tourist attraction here.
Mr. Remington has his reasons. He probably had several. I don't presume to know what they all were. Even though we were friends, he had some secrets, some hobbies, that I was happy to let him keep secret.
Secrets? Hobbies? A secret hobby?
He was a man with a dream, I can tell you that much.
Well, this guy would probably have something to say about the old picture.
One of Mr. Remington's secrets, I never wanted to know the details, but these men travel the world, seeking mysterious animals to hunt. They consider myths and legends to be the ultimate prey.
I guess he's not insinuating that he himself would have anything to do with that. Have you seen the hunting rifle?
That's Mr. Remington's old hunting rifle. He usually keeps it around. For whatever reason, he was very fond of that thing. Looks like it was fired recently.
I mean, how would you be able to tell that? Isn't Remington also the name of a type of rifle? I would really know, I guess. Do you want to look at this missing page?
Why don't you show that to someone else?
Alright, maybe I will. What about something interesting, like the fire poker?
It's Mr. Remington's fireplace poker. This slime on the handle. It's familiar for some reason.
I think we know why. Hold on, that's one more thing that we could potentially follow up on at this point, and that's going to the treehouse again. And no, we could talk to her about Remington next, but we could also confirm the sample thing for this the slime that's on this object. Which is gonna be exactly the same as literally everything else so far.
Got it. Now I know. I'll write it down in my notes. The swamp slime. It's all the same. It's the exact same liquid again. There's something about that green slime.
I guess that's the final slime thing that we were supposed to notice. Let's see. Found in the treehouse is proof for the only reason. Black leggings, the fireplace poker. I see that Sally's legs and my hairstyle are two topics here. Covering the same swamp slime. Yeah, two things that are covered in the same swamp slime. Let's see. Black leggings were not found at the crime scene. The fireplace poker, I guess, was maybe found at the crime scene. I don't know if the office itself would be part of it, but nothing was found in the treehouse. I guess we're supposed to do it like this.
The fireplace poker found at the crime scene and the black leggings are covered in the same swamp slime. Sally's leggings. They link her with the crime scene. I'll have to ask her about it.
Alright, I guess that's how we get her challenge topic, but before we leave to check on that, let's see what she has to say about that guy.
You've been here so long, you must have crossed paths with Remington a few times. What did you think of him?
That man was a threat to the swamp. We'll be better off without him. Hopefully the curtain will fall on his little tourist attraction as well.
Better off? With a killer on the loose now?
There have been murderers loose in the swamp before.
What are you talking about?
In my time here, I've seen the swamp invaded by men. By hunters. Several times. They're relentless.
What were they hunting? Wait, what about Boggy? Is that why no one has seen him in 60 years?
They always fell short of their ultimate goal. That just meant they came back again and again, doing more harm each time.
But this area is protected by law, right?
It is now, but some men have no respect for laws, of any kind. They tried to get me to leave my home. I stood my ground.
Obviously. But this whole area is a tourist attraction now. I doubt Remington would have allowed anyone to march into Boggy's bog with a gun and start hunting down his main attraction.
Well, I guess we haven't brought up the picture with her yet, but the implication there is just that that's what he himself was trying to do.
I recognize some of those men. Unfortunately, they've hunted in the swamp before.
Before it became a protected area?
Before that, yes. And one of them after that.
Well, who could that have been? Could it have been somebody that I need to present a profile for? No, we've already done all this, and we still don't know who this Mr. Missing Person is, but apparently it's not the guy in the boat. Do you recognize this thing?
If you bring me something with liquid on it, I might be able to help you.
I guess that's a no. Get the feeling she's not gonna recognize any more of these things, no. We better just go and do the other challenge that we are aware of.
So what can you
Let's
tell
talk about
me
this first.
your relationship with Richard Remington?
I didn't have one. I think I spoke to him twice, ever. He usually seemed really busy, but more like preoccupied.
Preoccupied? Like he was thinking about something else? Something that wasn't this tourist attraction?
Who can say? What do old men think about?
What? Are you implying that I know the answer to that?
Well, I guess we'll never know now, but we will know what this will lead to.
The black leggings you found in your bag this morning. They're covered in the same slime that was on the murder weapon.
Everything in this swamp is covered in slime. What's your angle, Grimoire?
Well, they were we're part of the murderer's costume. Yeah, I think that we can pretty much establish that by this point. And the exact slime has been found in several other pieces, I guess, all of which were somehow related to what the... either the murderer or the victim, which I guess pretty far reach for both of those.
Your black leggings were part of the murderer's costume.
Costume? Is that why someone took them out of my bag last night?
Well, you know, I don't have proof someone else took them.
If I had been wearing them when I committed a crime, do you think I would hand them over to a detective the second he shows up? Besides, look at them. What do you notice?
Well, what do I notice? They're loose and stretched. They're far too long. You're too far to wear these, well.
They're loose and stretched.
That's right, someone else. Someone larger than me has worn these. They're stretched out, especially at the waist. It's pretty obvious.
So, let's see. Somebody stole them to use in their boggy costume, and then put them back in your bag when they were done?
If you say so. It's not my job to know all the details. It's my job to sell souvenirs. Do you want a souvenir?
Oh, my, yes, but only if you choose one for me.
You look like you could use something to wind up. You can take this one.
Okay, let's do it right now. Oh gee, that works. Small plastic toy sold at the shop, hidden in a bucket of water. Oh, I guess we're supposed to use this as a... to show that the typical depictions of the creature aren't actually... like, don't actually show the feet, but there is an actual solid piece of proof that shows what, like, the... I guess the most reliable depiction of the feet would have been. Let's go back to the museum. Let's see if this guy has anything new to say.
So,
We got more topics, even though we already did the challenge.
I found these designs for a boggy costume.
oh, some ridiculous new merchandise for tourists to waste their money on.
No, I believe the murderer was dressed like this last night when they attacked Remington.
If they were trying to scare him out of the swamp, they should have spent more time making an accurate design.
What do you mean?
Well, this design is some bizarre hybrid between the real creature and the cartoon character. It simply hasn't been researched properly.
What's wrong with it?
Well, those flippers? Pure guesswork. Nothing but foolish imagination. Nobody knows what Boggy's feet look like. No footprint has ever been recorded.
So tell me, Special Agent Folder, how would you do a better job researching it if nothing has ever been recorded?
Oh, well, that's... you know, I mean, it's all a matter of taking the time to... It's just that... but there's no way anyone would believe... nothing but foolishness.
I mean, yeah. To be honest, but what about the man himself?
What can you tell me about your relationship with Richard Remington?
We didn't really have one, and now we definitely don't have one. But look, all I can say is that he was a coward who enjoyed watering down history for his own benefit.
What does that mean?
It means there are some chapters of this swamp's history that he never wanted anyone to know about.
Did he like you sniffing around this museum all the time?
I don't think he knew, to be honest. And even if he did, there's nothing he could have done about it. He has no right to this building. He knows that. We both know that.
Why not? It was part of his tourist attraction, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't. The museum wasn't. Does he have anything more to say about that? Well, would wonder what he has to say about that, but also maybe what if we show him the map. Try that first.
You're wasting your precious time, detective.
Well, apparently that does not relate. 10% anything more. I get the feeling that he wouldn't have anything to say about any of those people now. Well, since we can't, like, inquire directly after the museum, what if we show him the missing page that shows that information?
Is that the missing page of the journal?
I think so.
It's an important artifact. It belongs in a museum.
Yeah, you're not wearing the right hat to be saying that.
I mean, I already got referenced previously when we got that page, that item itself.
A good example of how Boggy's feet are never shown in any form. They often use that little red bucket to hide them.
Specifically a bucket, not anything larger. you know anything about this stuff?
I've never seen that before, and I never want to see it again. I have no interest in something like that. Obviously.
Have you ever seen this?
So, you found it. I wonder who else knows about it.
Does that mean that you know about it before? Maybe we're not gonna find anything more out of this. Based on this, is there anything that I forgot? Let's see. We know there's people in the clearing. Was there anyone here at the protest? Oh, this guy. We never found him because we never came this way. But I guess he's the missing character.
Oh? You've arrived at a bad time, my friend. For once, they don't actually want tourists walking around this place.
I always arrive at a bad time. It's what I do. I'm a detective, not a tourist.
My apologies. It's just, you have the same wide-eyed expression as the kids that come here. Running around, spending their parents' money, you know.
Well, you know, it's not every day I visit a swamp full of such unique specimens.
It's no problem. You're just thinking what we all thought when we arrived for the first time.
Why didn't they put in a bathroom?
No, you're thinking, this place is beautiful. What a lucky man I am to be here.
I am I? Well, if you say so.
Edward Everstone, at your service.
That's a pretty cool name. Can I call you Ed?
You don't need to. Everyone just calls me Echo.
Because it gives you an elevated sense of purpose. Bouncify for you at a ball, or because you're a good swimmer. I don't know how the first two relate to the term echo, but...
Why? Because you'd bounce if I threw you against a wall?
What? No. Because I always come back. Again and again, until my job is done.
I'm pretty sure that echoes just die down, but... I guess we got a whole new set of things to ask now.
You're protesting, right?
I certainly am. And now that you're here, I'm getting you involved.
What does that mean? Yeah, I haven't got time to hold up signs for you. I'm sorry.
You simply have to hear my message and take it with you.
Go ahead. I'm all ears. Plus, I have a little notebook.
What was the first thing you felt when you saw the sign for Boggy's Bog looming over you?
Well, I thought it was...
Not thought. Felt.
I felt... Well, something seemed wrong. There wouldn't be a tourist attraction in the middle of a swamp like this. There shouldn't be.
My job is done. Clearly your brain is working perfectly, Detective.
So you're against the tourist attraction? Yeah, let's see. You'd rather this area was kept as a natural habitat, right?
Right again. And that precise word, habitat. First and foremost, I'm protesting for animal rights.
Well, okay, I'm following you, but it's not like they're cutting down trees or anything like that, right?
All animals deserve the right to live in peace, and I promise you, on a normal day, this place is far from peaceful.
Are you talking about the swamp creature? About Boggy?
A creature like that. He's earned the right to be left alone. We're fools to invite ourselves into his home like this on a daily basis, assuming he's not going to mind. Assuming he'll keep to himself and let us walk around with his face on our t-shirts.
Well, I agree. I think he should be left alone. But like you said, he can probably handle himself. And if no one has even seen him in 60 years, I don't really see the problem.
Unlike you, Detective, I never had an academic calling in life. I was never even a talented artist or musician or anything. So instead, I made the decision to stand up for those who were getting a raw deal.
I see. That was very thorough. And now the little symbol here has changed from 0 to 2. I'm still kind of wondering what exactly that means. Like, do we have... like, how detailed our profile for that person is? I'm also kind of wondering if this part of the map was called the protest before this guy showed up, but...
You come here every day?
Yes, I do.
Well, I'm only going to ask you about one of those days. What were you doing yesterday evening?
I was here at my protest spot until fairly late. Then I went to get something to eat at Harper's Cafe before I...
Wait, you ate at the cafe here? Doesn't supporting the tourist attraction like that kind of go against your protest?
A man has to eat, doesn't he? I don't think the meager contributions of one person are going to keep this place afloat. Especially now.
And you're sleeping here? Doesn't it get cold at night?
Well, I came prepared, of course. I usually find myself with 1 or 2 extra layers to wear. Most of this bulk is padding, I promise you.
I'm sure it is. So you stayed here the whole night?
That's right. And I admit I may have heard some stranger than usual sounds floating around the swamp last night.
What kind of sounds?
It's impossible to say. This place fills with the most terrifying sounds at night. Hundreds of animals, some tiny, some much larger, awaken and make their own protests. Every night until the sun rises in the morning.
Insects make noises at night. Okay, I've written it down.
Insects make noises at night. I think that I've actually heard, at least in any of the places that I regularly live, I've heard like the nighttime noise of an insect, and since I was like, I don't know, not very old. So I can probably, the best way I can probably put it.
What can you tell me about these designs for a costume? A boggy costume.
It's Boggy! I must admit, I've been a fan of his before I ever came to the swamp.
A fan? So you're interested in cryptozoology?
Oh, no, I meant, well, Boggy has been in all kinds of cartoons and comic strips. He's one of the greatest characters of the last 100 years. I've got some comics in my tent. You really should see.
But he was only discovered 60 years ago.
Oh, that's true. Well, I rounded up.
But what about his costume? Have you seen anyone wearing it?
I can honestly say I've never seen anyone wearing anything like that. And I'm a very observant person.
Seems like a very interesting thing to say, considering what the implications of that are. I get the feeling that it's gonna be kind of weird that we just happen to not even come across this guy until the very end, but well, let's finish this up.
So what did Mr. Remington think of you? I mean, protesting in the middle of a swamp every day.
It wasn't his swamp. If he ever truly thought it was, then he was even more of a fool than he seemed.
But he didn't like you hanging around, right?
That man was exceptionally skilled at ignoring me, ignoring anything he didn't like.
So, what, he just left you alone?
He expected me to get bored and go home. He figured I'd get sick of this place and he'd have it back to himself.
But he didn't want it to himself, did he? He wanted lots of people to come visit all the time, surely.
I'm sure it says that in the brochure. Yes.
Does that mean that he's gonna react immediately when we show him this? Because I guess that would be the most clear thing to bring up now, with the tone he's been having.
What?
You're not a bad detective.
Well, I found the photo in Remington's office. It was ripped up, though. I think he was some kind
He
of...
was a lot of things. Don't lose that picture. And show it to Mr. Harper before you leave.
Well, we've already done that, but notice too how we're not able to do the challenge with him. Wonder what others think of him. Guess that's what we're maybe gonna be looking into now, as I guess we seem to manage to dodge his presence the entire time. That would be one more thing I would need to look into before we wrap this up somehow.
It's here a lot. I think he's been putting less effort into his protests recently.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a shame. I think it's an admirable cause.
Do you talk to him much?
Not really. Sometimes he likes to talk, just casual conversation. He asks how business is going and what everyone likes to eat, nothing of real importance.
Well, that's interesting. It's just gonna be very awkward timing that we just found him at the very end, isn't it?
So,
Do you know about this guy?
oh yes, I know him. He occasionally asks me about the history and biology of the swamp creature. I explained to him what the real Boggy looks like and how they changed his appearance for the cartoon character.
Why did he ask about that?
Because some people are naturally curious. You should give it a try sometime.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that we've proven to him by this point that we've gotten even more information about, like, first-hand accounts of the creature than he even did. Well, who else is left? There's these two people. Did this guy talk to you?
I really don't have an opinion. My apologies.
I guess that's a no. I mean, did this guy talk to you?
The famous director and my friend.
Anybody else?
You should ask someone else.
I guess the answer is gonna be no.
Try showing it to somebody different.
Okay, fine. Well, what about you, though?
You want me to sign a photograph for you?
Nope. I guess we have photographs of these things, these profiles.
Ah, yes. The reason we're all here, of course.
Not me.
Isn't he your prime suspect?
Well, officially, yeah, but I mean...
What an amazing creature! No one has seen him for 60 years and he still manages to get accused of murder. Incredible!
Oh dear. I guess there is, if we go down the list, there's just like two more people that we need to talk about. Or talk to see what they know about this person. We'll start with you.
You should ask someone else.
She doesn't want to say anything. So we go to the last character here.
Yeah, I have a pretty good view of him from here.
So
Anyone
really?
supporting animal rights is okay in my book. His protests used to have a bit more energy, though. He spends more time inside his tent these days.
What's he doing in there?
I'm happy to say, I don't know.
There might be something I can ask Echo about.
I guess after getting the accounts, all the accounts off him from everybody else, you can trigger this, which will maybe lead into the challenge directly. Let's see. He's recently acquired, never spoken to, spends more or less time. He's recently slowed down the protest, maybe. And more time in his tent. Yeah.
Echo spends less time holding the protest sign and more time in his tent. I wonder if Echo can tell me what he's been doing that's more important than his protest.
Well, only one way to find out. Maybe that'll give us the remaining 3% of, I guess, everything that we're missing right now.
Ah!
I heard you've been spending less time protesting recently and more time, in your tent. Normally I wouldn't pry, but it's my job to ask...
Untouched people have even noticed something like that. I usually get the impression everyone else is doing their best to ignore me.
So, you admit it's true?
You can put your notebook away. There isn't really any reason for it. Nothing worth writing down, at least.
Well, if it's not worth writing down, maybe it's worth hearing.
In that case, you'd forget it.
How do you know? Maybe it would echo in my mind.
Look, if you take a guess and get it right, I promise not to deny it.
Let's work out
Okay.
why Echo was hidden away in his tent.
Could he have been working with the ghost from Haunted House? Silly nickname. Didn't he say that he gave himself that nickname? Because he was scared of the ghost, of the taxman, of the rain, or of the swamp creature. I think the only one that makes sense here would be this. Maybe.
You've been in your tent, hiding from Boggy.
Why not?
It's okay. That was strangely smooth for how that response seemed.
I think it's time I went to talk to Officer James.
Alright, beginning of the end. It's quite expeditious. Well, let's see how this goes. I guess we have pretty much everything except the conspicuously missing 2% overall and the rest of the stuff. We apparently didn't get all the notes or all the suspect profile things, but maybe that's not part of, like, actually just getting to the end or a hard requirement. I mean,
Did you find the swamp creature? Where is he?
well, I guess not, but I guess that also potentially defines on what exactly you are referring to by the swamp creature.
I didn't find him.
What? You're not getting paid to wander about aimlessly, Grimoire. Get back out there.
I guess since we're still holding this conversation, we just be steadfast in our assertion.
I don't need to.
August criminal record, continue or go back. Let's just go ahead.
Why not? I thought he was our prime suspect.
Not anymore.
Didn't you find photographic evidence of Boggy from last night? Let me see that photo.
Photographic evidence, I guess we did find that. I don't know why this is the first thing we bring up, but...
If that's not Buggy, what is it?
Well... I guess we bring up the costume.
I found designs for the costume in a trash can. Not only that, I collected all the pieces of the costume myself. Well, nearly all of them. There's still the one that...
But the footprints at the scene of the crime! How can you prove these don't belong to a real creature?
Well... Do we have, like, artificial things that could have made those footprints? The flippers would be part of the costume, or...
How can you prove these don't belong to a real creature?
Are we actually supposed to bring up what the real creatures, what we believe the real creatures' footprints would have been like to show that those are different?
What's this? I thought there
Okay.
were no records of a footprint anywhere.
No public records. The footprints at the crime scene don't match the ones on this page. They were just a product of these flippers. A part of the costume.
But Grimoire, this costume, it doesn't have claws of any kind. How do you explain the 3 wounds on the victim's chest?
I'm pretty sure we know. You don't need claws on a costume to make those kinds of wounds when you have something that can actually be used much more easily to kill.
Match up with the wounds perfectly. The handle's even covered in slime, see?
Ah, but this swamp slime was one of the reasons Buggy became a suspect in the first place. Surely this only incriminates the creature further.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But that slime, it's not exactly what you think.
Rather, okay. I guess swamp juice was taken specifically because it looked like swamp slime, even though that just kind of raises the question of why the murderer couldn't have just used actual swamp slime, but...
This stuff has an uncanny resemblance to the so-called swamp slime. A bunch of it was stolen from the storeroom of the cafe, which reminds me.
What is that, exactly?
A poisoned hot dog. It's the second reason that the murderer broke into the storeroom. He put this green powder on the entire supply, just to make sure.
To make sure of what?
To make sure that the guy who ate them every day would be poisoned.
To make sure Remington got ill and had to return to his office.
Remington went back to his office? Alone?
Final chapter of the murder, I guess. The particular interrogation thing that carried on until just now was a whole chapter in and of itself.
I've been looking through your evidence, Grimoire. One piece in particular seems critical to me. I think we need to work out.
Video footage? Vincent Vanderpeer filmed it last night, at the exact moment of the murder, I believe.
Well, exactly. I think we can both agree these sounds in the background. They're essential in our mystery. Could you talk me through them? Just rearrange the descriptions on the left to match the sounds on the right.
I don't think we actually heard any of these sounds before, but...
Drag them around and keep swapping until you're happy with the order. And if you want to hear the sounds again, you can tap on them.
No problem. I can always check my case file if I want to go over my notes.
The white boxes to opposition, that was out here again, so you would like, I guess these are the ones that are gonna be static, and these are the ones that need to be moved, so it's like almost like a Thorin Spatters kind of moment. This would just be the door opening, I guess. Culprit opens Remington's office door. Remington cries out in shock. Boggy appears. Fires his hunting rifle at the culprit, which he just had with him at that very moment, I guess. Ooh. There are 2 outcries. Not sure what the clang would be, but I'm guessing this is him falling. Ripping out the curtain fabric as he falls. Oh, I guess he ripped out I guess that would explain how the curtain fabric got ripped, even though that kind of raises the question of how or why the culprit would have bothered to hide the ripped fabric. I don't think that would have been everything, or would have had anything that would have incriminated the culprit, but... Falls, lands on the planks outside of his office, and clang. Okay. I guess the first clang is the guy getting stabbed, and the other one is him.
I think that's it.
It's after the fact.
Ah, excellent. There's just 2 small details bothering me. First of all, if Remington ripped off a piece of his curtains, why wasn't it found at the crime scene? What happened to it?
I mean, I don't know why this would have been hidden in the first place, like I just said, but they got stuffed in a headpiece.
Turns out the murderer took that piece of fabric and concealed it inside the head of the costume. Then he fled the crime scene to hide all the parts in different areas of the swamp.
Ah, well, that's my problem. If Remington fired his rifle, how did the assailant survive and manage to escape? Did Remington miss his target?
At point blank? A man of his experience? I don't think so. In fact, the answer to that question is the very last link in our chain. The one thing that has eluded me so far. I'll drag the clue items from the left.
Oh yeah, I guess the chess piece would be the key to that. So that's the one piece of the costume that we never found.
Onto my drawing here, and we'll see what happens when we compare the pieces I collected with the original design I found.
I think there's only one person who would have or would be able to conceal the chess piece at this point on his own person even.
Wait, you never found the body piece, the torso.
You're right, and I never would have found it. Not lying around. Not like the others.
But what does this have to do with the murderer surviving the rifle shot?
This torso is probably made up of some thick material, something covering the culprit's entire upper body. I believe it may have even been enough to
soften the impact from a bullet. Aha!
Exactly.
Well, let's put your theory to the test. Where is that last piece of the costume?
So does that mean that it would have been padded, or would have been like a metal piece? I guess it would have been padded, but it's pretty clear what the solution is.
How? We looked everywhere. Not a single clue.
Simple. He's still wearing it.
Alright. I don't know why we got another continue back screen, but sure, let's continue. I mean, we're pretty much done, I would think.
I don't know what you want with me. Sounds like you two were smart enough to uncover the real criminal in this swamp, and lucky enough to have somebody else deal with him for you. You worked it out. He had his rifle on him. He got half a glance at me and pulled the trigger without hesitation.
But why would he do that? You were dressed as Buggy. He shouldn't be pointing his gun at a unique scientific specimen, not to mention his main attraction.
You're right. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, does it? Not unless you're in on the secret.
Well, what secret would be? Was framed, leads me to believe. Was Buggy in disguise? Was eaten? Was stolen? Was your hunt Buggy? I think this was like just another thing that just seems something that's so obvious that it doesn't necessarily need to be stated at this point, but hunting photo leads me to believe that the guy was here to hunt the creature, yeah, and the tourist attraction site was just like an excuse for that, even though he apparently had enough resources to get it set up and like have all these people here.
The hunting photo leads me to believe Richard Remington was here to hunt Boggy.
I thought that we had a final chapter drop before, but I guess we don't have a go back option now.
A secret society, an order of hunters, seeking out mysterious and elusive creatures.
The order goes further than this one man, and much further than this one swamp.
The whole thing is kind of distressing. I knew something was wrong as soon as I stepped into that office.
I'm glad you've finally come around. It's not just
But what about Remington? He was a member of this order?
He made Boggy his own personal project, his own obsession. For years he hunted the creature, the potential perfect addition to his collection.
But he owned the tourist attraction. He set it up himself, didn't he?
He did. It was just his way of forming a legal loophole. Since the area became protected, he and his friends were unable to come here for hunting anymore. Boggy's Bog was just a front for his own little game. A man pursuing a creature.
A creature that might not even exist.
And that's why Remington kept a rifle nearby at all times?
Well, exactly. He didn't want to take any chances.
Now, don't you see? I did this place a service. Did Boggy a service. That creature, he can live in peace again.
Can he? You tried to frame him for murder. You wanted everyone to think he was some kind of ruthless predator?
Well, think about it. Once he became suspected of murder, they'd have no choice but to shut this whole place down. Everyone would finally realize they had no business here.
They seem not like something I would say, but... What, he's not a killer? Well, we don't even know if he exists or existed, but... How can you know what he wanted? I get the feeling that that would be the most, probably the most fitting thing to say to a guy like that, though.
How can you know what Boggy wanted? He might not be what you're...
Detective.
You. It's
finished. Well, don't be angry. You should be glad. It's finally time to leave the swamp. You have another job to do.
I don't know.
Not that it makes any difference to somebody like you, but I never intended to kill him. Just to scare him. Convince him Boggy wasn't going to let him live here in peace any longer. But, true to form, he had his rifle on him. You worked out the rest yourself.
I mean, the fact that somebody died probably makes a difference.
It makes a difference.
Well, Mr. Everstone, I'm afraid you'll still have to come with us. Fortunately, there's a police station just a few miles down the...
Hey, wait!
Okay, well... Who might have known the significance of the cameo?
Looks like you solved more than one mystery tonight.
No, I didn't really get that impression from the Flash game, which I had known for obviously quite a long while prior. Hey, I saw fucking what's-his-face again. But apparently also involved in this game, aren't you know? It's the rest of these though are going a little bit too fast for me to actually stop and notice each game, but I did notice that well, the real Dead McNeely was apparently involved in this. Not Edwin Chill. Even though he, well, you know what I mean.
Everything he knew. A number of rumors going around the department have been confirmed.
And Remington's office?
Searched down to the last detail. And well, we agree with you, but I know what you're thinking. I'd love to put an end to it, just the same as you. But there's always...
Are we going after them?
We'd better be.
Does that mean that little girl is actually gonna be an actual character that isn't just kind of a set piece? Because, yeah. I mean, as you can tell if you look at the title of the stream, the Flash game came out in 2007, and then this came out in 2014, which was 7 years later, but then I'm pretty sure it was either 5 or 6 years later that part 3 of this actually did come out. It's something that I've also had my eye on for a while, and that I guess I also wanted to bring to this for a hot minute, so methinks that that's what will happen eventually, but for now, I guess, what are we missing? Even intruder alert, haunt the swamp, slickest. I get the feeling that at least one of these will be for like getting full percentage and all the clues and what have you, but can you even go back into the game at this point and try to get that? Probably you can. Yeah, you can. So who knows, maybe you can attempt that, but Not right now, I think this is a good conclusion. Rank Ace Agent, yeah, and I guess if you look at this particular screen, which I didn't really do after the beginning, you also get different ranks I would expect. You just want to click on things without pressing escape, which is also an option. You can find the quit game option there, and so I did. But yeah, kind of a somewhat bare bones, but still pretty good hybrid of stuff like tropes that you could see not only in the type of adventure games that I have shown on here before that are a bit older, like fucking Famicom Detective Club and Portopia, which I still haven't shown here. I really need to do that at some point. Because that's like, at least if you ask me, the classicest of the classic, if when it comes to like this style of game. Detective adventure game, I guess, but yeah, interesting fusion of those types of the type of mechanics that you would see in those kinds of games and stuff like Layton, Ace Attorney. It's like pretty clear influences for this one as well. It's the kind of thing that you notice a lot if you see enough things that are of that can be identified as being part of a certain genre, I guess, which I've seen in a few different media by this point, but yeah, like I said, I think we'll be following this up with the third part to the Detective Grimoire stuff next week, which is called Tangle Tower. I think that, like I said, it came out in 2019 or 2020. I think it was 2019. But I've had it sitting around for a while, so I'll be happy to get to that soon. But for now, methinks it's time for me to play this. And by this, I just mean like whatever would pop up next in the stream playlist. But fittingly enough, we're ending quite close to midnight, which is, I think, the ideal ending time for me most of the time. Maybe a little bit earlier if I start earlier, but that requires a whole other commitment for me to actually be able to time that right, which I've been able to do a few times recently, but still, I guess it's not something that can be regularly expected quite yet. But yeah, that brings us to the end of stream section, in which I guess I can briefly mention the stuff that I'm probably going to be doing for the rest of the week, I guess. Which would be, if all goes well, you know, as usual, who knows what dumb stuff might happen and interrupt things, but tomorrow would probably be finishing up Chrono Trigger, assuming that I can do everything that's left in that game in that span of time, which would hopefully not be a problem as well. And then on Thursday, I'll have to figure out something, well, had to figure out something new to play, which I think I have. Which would be something that would fit in with like the Chase quest list, and also, fittingly enough, would probably fit in with the adventure games list that I pretty much put together for this thing. Perhaps in a looser way than a lot of the other adventure games that I have listed there, but I think it would still be a good fit, but yeah. And then if I do end up able to finish Chrono Trigger tomorrow, then if I do stream on Thursday and don't manage to miss anything, then I would probably do the next step in that particular sequence of game stuff, which would be Radical Dreamers, something else that I'm pretty sure I can actually access, but that I've never actually experienced before. Along with Cross itself, which would be after that, but I guess we'll have to see how that goes, hopefully without a hitch. That's what I always kind of hope for, but we can only wait and see what actually happens. But for now, I guess if you would be willing to stick around for a minute longer, we can try to throw a quick raid at somebody, and I think I see somebody who doesn't, who I have raided a fair amount of times, but who always catches my eye to see this person live, since we don't stream super often these days. Let's just go for that. You probably know this person already. I'm gonna throw a quick raid at Chef Shire, who is a pretty cool person, friend of the stream. Chill Times, and is currently doing an art stream, it seems. And if this thumbnail leads me to believe anything specific, it would be that I guess she's drawing like a Metal Slug character. Another game series that I know very, very cursorily, but I think I have good memories of what parts of it I do know, so... you know... Cool times if you join for the raid, but whatever happens now, whatever you may decide to do... I've already talked about what I'm planning for the rest of the week. Okay, well, I don't know why I always like try to avoid mentioning stuff that I haven't started yet, like on stream and otherwise, but especially on stream. But Outer Wilds would be what I would probably end up playing on Wednesday. All goes well. Another adventure game or adventure-ish game that I've been having sitting around for a while, but haven't really gotten around to. But I've heard good things about. Ooh, and I got like a bunch of trading cards from something while I was doing that in Steam. But yeah, anyway, that's what's on the table, so... Let me just wrap it up by saying, y'all take it easy. I thank everybody for coming like always. Thanks for chatting. Always great whenever people chat. And I will see you later.